Welcome, everybody. We are today here. Wait, let me go ahead and phase this out. Yeah, there we go. Welcome, everybody. I see both K2 and Charter King. Good to see both of you. Today, we're going to be doing more philosophy. We have our own, we call it trap philosopher, Trench Deacon, triumvirate theory with the triangles. So, yeah, welcome. This is gonna be, as always, a pleasure to have with Trench. I would first of all thank you very much to you, Trench, for being here and continue doing this series about philosophy. I know it's gonna be a little bit about philosophy, so there's gonna be probably a little bit less people than usual, but I am, I'm ready to go, and I'm happy that I can spend some time talking about philosophy with you, French. How you doing today?
Well, I'm doing great. I appreciate the platform to share my schizophrenia simulator. Uh, it's always a pleasure to just I'm a student of philosophy, so we shithouse philosophers learn from each other.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you're here. We're gonna continue with our move. I think the last time we saw the Aristotle's Trinities. Was that the last thing we saw? I think it
Yeah,
was.
we were breaking. Yeah, we were pretty much wrapping up the. We were breaking into Aristotle and kind of like brushing over the three estates
Hmm.
of the realm.
The logos, the
Aristotle
ethos,
kind
the
of.
pathos. That's right.
Uh-huh.
We actually
And
went through this.
and Aristotle also gives us the six traits of the people, the collectivist force being the uh, and virtue being the polis or the polity, the degenerated form being a democracy, the individualist force being the aristocracy with virtue, or the degenerated oligarchy, and then the absolutist force being the monarch or the tyrant. So, he's throwing out not trinities, excuse me. Uh, he's throwing out his own form of triumvirate theory, in my opinion.
Mhm.
And especially with the rhetoric appeals to and style of rhetoric appeals differently to the individualist, the collectivist, and the absolutist. By the end of all this, we'll understand why the absolutist and individualist force can't riot the same way as the collectivist force, for instance, from like a game theory perspective.
Okay. So let's start with I'm gonna move on to comparative religion, which I think is the moment is where we're gonna be doing right now. Um, just to come back real quick to Aristotle, we were taught the triumvirate of the or the trinity of his motivation has to do with the logos, the pathos, and the ethos. I think we had a small disagreement because you said like the logos is the highest one. I think the ethos is the highest one, and then you have the
Uh,
logos, and then you have the pathos.
we
But
might agree on ethos, uh, but foundational. If it, like just there's no such thing as common sense, but things
but
have to
well,
be logical to things have to be logical to be coherent to make sense.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
my
yeah,
only deal.
yeah. That
But
that's that's that's
I
true.
appeal to ethos and ethic too, because how can we take your facts if you're just some crazy guy on the street corner screaming in the wilderness?
Yeah. Yeah, how can we take your facts if you're just one guy in the middle of the road telling people that they have to meet Jesus, right?
Yeah, you're wearing a Superman costume or something like that. And there's a guy in Kansas City, bless his heart, he does good work, but he's super Protestant, and that's
I
all I'm going to
was
say about
I
that.
I don't have any hate for for Protestants. Like there's a lot of actual like grace to be given in a lot of senses when it comes to my ideas of people who proclaim Jesus Christ, right? It's like, would I
Correct.
go ahead and condemn somebody just because he was born into one kind of a church and he professes his beliefs, and he might not know. Like, there's a lot of people that they go to work, they have a family, they go to church every Sunday. They do what they can, and it's not like I'm gonna go on and beat them over the head with belief and with the belief or the idea they have to do everything perfect. One is not that's not a Christian way. But
Correct.
yeah, good to see you, Marte. Marte is asking, Trench out of hiding. Did you go in? Did you go into hiding, Trench?
It happens from time to time.
Uh,
Just got to pump the brakes, and not being able to talk about theology kind of has made me recenter a lot of my debate and all that stuff.
yeah, yeah,
So,
yeah.
so for a matter of fact, this comparative religious section is more of a clinical looking at the culture and tendencies of different religions, and not so much their theology.
Yeah,
That,
and
that's not
we
that's
can
not the point of
actually
this.
go there, and I don't I'm I debate things very adjacent to theology, but I'm just doing it from the philosophical perspective at this point. I don't debate any of the actual theological ideas. I'm just very into the philosophy of it lately.
Yeah, it's hard to talk about philosophy if religion's going to come up sooner or later, and you're not going to be a serious philosopher if you can't
Well,
understand these things.
well, I can do argumentation and presupposition without needing to go directly to the church, and I can put boundaries on it. I had a debate on ethics not long
Hmm.
ago, and the idea was my argument was a God is necessary, but I'm not gonna define the God. I'm just gonna give you the reasons as to why God is necessary. And whenever they
Right.
try to speak about, well, what do you believe in? It's like, that's outside the scope of the debate. I don't have to have a debate
And
on
they hate
that.
it because they're not leaving you're not leaving breadcrumbs for them to attack and do all kinds of ad hoc attacks against you, versus debating the actual philosophical principles like the transcendental argument per se.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So I've been tailoring all my ideas and my idea of like debating towards that goal. I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna have an argument, and I'm gonna make it as just when it comes to the philosophy, and I'm not gonna go um, into any of the claims about the church or any of the authoritative ideas of the church. I'm just gonna make it very secular in that argument, right?
There you there you go.
But it's hard. It is hard because there's a lot of people who actually want to be or get you to attack you, like attack your beliefs. So it's hard if you don't put like those boundaries and you just have the ideas behind it. So comparative religion, we're gonna see different religions over here. I'm pretty sure. Um, what are we comparing, or what do you think that you were
Well,
trying to compare in the idea of the religion? It's like a meta
so we're
analysis of
just
the religions.
yeah, this kind of a meta analysis. We can kind of look at and see how culturally the triumvirate kind of holds up even inside of religions with different denominations or adjacent philosophies. If we go to the East, it's not the same as having a Protestant, confederation and Catholic and Orthodox churches.
Hmm.
It's Buddhism, Confucianism, and Taoism, and it's so when you look at like modern China, the communist state religion has kind of colloquially adapted a lot of their uh, 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 a kind of a hybrid of these three schools of thought. And when we look at like the nature of the religions and like which ones are dominant, uh, or the culture, like the collectivists, for instance, we use China again as an example. China's kind of always been managed by bureaucrats, so they were always some kind of proto communist, even during their imperial phases. It was the various universities and schools of thought, and the Buddhist monks and the Confucius temples and the Taoist tradition that were the social glue. And we can see the markers that separate them. We can see that the Taoists are more individually in tune. There's a in that tradition, there's an emphasis on the individual. There's an emphasis on the individual exploring themselves, and kind of an animosity towards the collective and the absolute as tyrannical forces. We can look at Buddhism as a collectivist force. It was the Buddhist monks, and this is why during different reigns of or different imperial stages, one of the first things the Confucius emperors did was limit the power of the Buddhists and the scribe class as the kind of bureaucrats and social managers that held the true power.
Mm-hmm.
Or we can look at traits like feudal Japan being more oligarchical and having kind of a shogunate that kind of binds the confederation together. This is a common trend among island states, even Britain, the Minoans, etc. It's no coincidence that these places are individualist empires because of island commerce. So we see these things kind of reflected in the religions. We can look at Christianity. It's no coincidence the primordially infused Celtic, Germanic, and the men of the West that always had this tribal, nomadic, individualist lifestyle are the first to kind of rebel, or they even ultimately rebel against their collectivist overlords, the Catholic Church. And they don't fold back into the more absolutist, intuned Orthodox Church as like a world institution, even though the true Orthodox Church encompasses all the Teloi. But instead, it's focused on its different confederacies of Protestant denominations and exploring the individual. And thus we see, capitalism, Protestantism, Freemasonry, with the ethos of a square pay for square work, or the handshake symbology of free trade. You look at all the British colonies where there were Masonic lodges. Everywhere where there was a blue Masonic lodge, and modernity became a capitalist, Protestant, individualist, materialist nation state.
Mm-hmm.
So the importance of comparative religion is it's our thermometer for the culture, because when we look at triumvirate theory, it hypothesizes that the individual's religion, worldview, philosophies are tied to what form of rhetoric works. And, that culture, its religion is going to target that culture with a specific rhetorical fashion and style. So it's no coincidence in the Orthodox Church we see a priority in ethos, and the ethos of the church, focused around the logos, of course.
Mm-hmm.
In paganism, in Gnosticism, especially the Masonic religions and Illuminist cults and what have you, they're all focused on logos, the individualist targeting. If we look at more collectivist and communist materialist regimes, even when they become atheistic, the whole focus is on pathos. What about the children? What about the starving man? What about the dreg?
Well, what about the children? I don't think is necessarily the pathos.
Well,
It is a little bit, because it's used
the classic.
A lot for.
It's the classic. Think of the children. Think of like Ned Flanders' wife, or the preacher's wife in The Simpsons. Oh, would somebody think of the children?
Please, somebody think of the children. Yes. Now
For whatever horrific idea they're trying to push.
Now I think they made that argument they were making like fun of the people who were saying, what won't you think of the children at the time. uh Oddly enough, I lately specifically I've been thinking about that when it comes to like pathos, right? Because there's a lot
It's
of
where the
people.
shame comes from.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that disregard pathos as just like worthless, like, oh, it's a feeling thing.
Well, look at
And
the tactic of the left. I mean, that's why they look for all the breadcrumbs to attack. And once their logic and ethos are blown, because that stuff's not important to them, they completely attack you, and it's all about discrediting you. It's all about
yeah,
making
yeah,
these
yeah.
pathological arguments.
But I do
But
think that
this
there's
is a failsafe, though.
I do
Uh,
think that there is something about the pathos that is important when it comes to having great arguments. And
Well,
it's like,
it doesn't even have to be a great argument. It
well,
just has to be. So so look at it this way, and this isn't like an attack on women. In fact, it's quite an ingenious failsafe mechanism because women are the fairer creatures. They're not, is fast and as strong as us. There's no they don't have a monopoly of violence, so they have to
uh-huh.
make up for it in cunning. And if you like read 1984 or whatever, it was the women that did the most. If you look at all of the
Oh yeah.
historical epochs where look at women's suffrage, look at the
Well,
suffragettes. Look at the women that, but for the temperance movement, that were out busting up all the booze, which they are probably right. America was drunk off its ass. Uh, but that ability, women control the shame engine. That is their cultural motivating factor, and it's quite a useful tool for civilization. And that's why I've kind of given Caterva a female uh, archetype and persona.
yes. What I was gonna say is you're correct in when it comes to women being um having a different force when it comes to society. I don't know if you, I don't Orwell. Orwell is the author of 1984.
Mhm.
He lived during the civil war in Spain because he was fighting in the Spain war. And one of the things that happened is that the women were the ones who started running the camps, and they were the ones who were like enforcing all of the social norms and doing all of the virtue signaling.
I
Which
think
is
in the primordial
one of the reasons I
in
really dislike virtue signaling is thanks to like 1984. 1984 has like it is the it's one of those books that opened my eyes to
mhm.
horror, like actual horror narrative. I think it's a
The
horror narrative.
the totalitarian horror.
Well, the no, I mean that actually I never read a book that pissed me off so much and
Mhm.
actually like horrified me as much as 1984. And I've read there's a book that is it's a chronicle. It's a very boring book. It's a very small book, but it's a very boring book, and it just does like a chronicle of the Eastern Front when it came to the secondary line that was made out of mostly old men from Germany. And it like tells you the story of how these people got pretty much into kind of corrupted in and they were the ones actually doing the whole deciding of the Blue Jays.
Right?
But
So we
and
can
it's like very
we
horrible in the sense that what it says is horrible, but 1984 is like
well
horror.
look at so think about 1984 now. Now just think about step outside and look at this like a clinician. We're diagnosing these three AI, for lack of a better word, or cultural mimetics.
Hmm.
Um, or we're just observing. Let's look at Candace Owens and her hysterics and the hysteria behind it, right?
Yeah, well,
But so just that this is a devil's advocate moment.
okay.
So what benefit do you think there could be behind, even though she is completely batshit wrong and crazy? What benefit do you think there could be through the eyes of triumvirate theory, as like a Caterva tactic, even for the right.
Well, the thing is that I see her I see her as a double agent, kind of.
Agreed, fully agreed.
So at this point, I don't see, like, for me. I told you before, right? I enjoy your theory of the triumvirate. I see it as an encompassing of the three teloi, and obviously I don't agree with the three teloi in the sense of the ultimate teloi. I think that the ultimate justification and uh idea of us of why we ought do anything comes directly from God. So
I agree with that.
so
Yes,
so when it comes
and
to,
we'll compact we'll unpack the fallen nature of these things
yeah,
too,
so I
because
see
you're
the
cooking there,
I
and you've
see
helped me kind of
the
flush out the end game in all of this as
yeah,
well.
yeah.
You and Seraphim
So
Rose,
when we did the whole thing, and I said that I see the church as a divine institution that is in the middle and is like observing the three
correct.
teloi. That's what I see as the kind of like the
And,
perfect thing,
and
right?
the only reason why I push it towards the absolutist is because of its foundations
Hmm.
with the Byzantine Empire and Constantine,
Yeah,
and the authority of an emperor to call ecumenical councils.
yeah. So
God also works through kings.
true. In theory, I like in economically, I'm very towards libertarianism. I have a very big tendency to believe in free market ideas, but when it comes to when it comes to the other side, when it comes to what I would like to see in society and how I want it, I'm very authoritarian. I see,
You're like me. We sit in between the absolutist and the individualist somewhere in the spectrum. I'm probably more absolutist than most.
yeah.
I am perfectly comfortable with an American emperor.
Yeah, well, obviously, I would be as well. Uh, let me see. Let me read this real quickly. In my lifetime, Democrats have always used the "do it for the children" bullshit, and now they're sacrificing uh, babies in few ways. They're evil.
Yeah, he's just pointed out. Oh, think of the children is even being used pathologically for, like, skittles up and pruning up kids, or else the implication, you're not thinking of these children if you don't allow us to remove their penis.
Yeah, yeah, I agree with that. So when it comes
And
to the
that would be its degenerated behemoth form.
so
I've been
how
playing around with the idea of their degenerated forms being
mhm.
Ziz, Behemoth, and Leviathan.
The way that I see Candace is like the shadow. It's like the shadow of a pathological um instead of the logos being the base for the authority is the pathos. And I see like an inversion of
Yes,
what we ought
all
to
her appeals are oughts out of an emotion.
exactly.
And so what this does at the social level, even if it's all bullshit, is it rallies the men of that camp, of the collectivist camp, of the individualist camp, of the absolutist camp. Once the women of that faction engage in certain histrionics, it is a call to action.
Yeah.
Erica, and I'm from Kansas City, right?
Hmm.
We there during the Civil War era here. There was it wasn't direct gray on blue. It was all like militia versus militia and whatnot.
Yeah.
But the red legs uh, had come through from Kansas and pretty much burned Kansas City to the ground and did all kinds of war criming. And so there was a rebel rally cry. Remember the women of Kansas City, because of what the Jayhawkers had done to uh, the women of Kansas City. So
Hmm.
this cry from Caterva is a a rally cry, a protect me, because real men are latently protectors and defenders. We don't want to see our women vulnerable. We don't want them to cry out and help. So I kind of see her lies in histrionics as a degenerated form of this cry, for this rallying cry, which explains a lot of the blind following behind her without unpacking her logic and seeing, you know, from the clinical perspective, her meltdown.
Yeah, and I see that moving towards a collectivist idea as well, because and you can see it
Mm-hmm.
in the people following her. This is true because he was saying that the Swifties are now the followers of Candace.
And she's
So
Catholic, which would, so, you know, full circle.
yeah, yeah,
Catholicism is the collectivist legalist form. The individualist form is the confederation of uh, Protestant churches, and the more absolutist form would be, because it deals in ethos and absolutes, the Orthodox worldly church, but it's an institution of God, so it encompasses all the
yeah,
Teloi.
it encompasses all.
It encompasses all. It is all. It uses all. It baptizes all that it wants.
I was
Um,
yeah, it is
and
it
Jesus,
is kind of
Jesus is a king. Well, when you look at it, Jesus is a king.
mhm.
He's a craftsman, and he's a high priest. So you really get all three archetypes right there.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
A Trinity and
exactly.
a Trinity. um, we can look at the Jewish tradition uh, before Christ, between the Essenes, the radical commune livers. We can look at the Pharisees as this different confederations, different argumentative schools of thought. Some of them believed in an afterlife, the others didn't. The ones that were successful were the ones that believed in an afterlife, heralding Christianity. Uh, the Sadducees, all Greeked up, didn't believe in an afterlife. And in fact, they were not just the administrators of the rites and rituals, they were a genetic bloodline of priests. They were essentially a monarchy, a nobility that governed not just the temple space, which all things went through and out of, but they governed aspects of the nation state as well, being the absolutist force as extensions of the Roman Empire.
Yep. Yeah, yeah, I agree.
So
So
we
you were
could
talking.
basically the comparative religion just encompasses all this. We look at Eastern tradition and see it kind of hold up. We look at Western traditions, paganism being individualistic because it's of its confederate nature, and Christianity really being the marriage of all three Teloi.
So let's move to the mold book and the cathedral. What do you like? These are
Okay,
just
so yeah, those are, so Moldbug, Mitch's Moldbug. His name is Curtis Yarvin. He was a West Coast guy. He's
mhm.
big individualist. You know, or was a big. He's a reformed libertarian. He believes in
Okay.
a form of patchwork, and he kind of calls for a return to some kind of feudalism. It sees
Okay.
that as an end game. And him and Nick Land come up with this concept of the cathedral, which is the collapsed religious Catholic Church, right?
Okay.
It the priesthood left. You know, Nietzsche came and gone as an antichrist. Uh,
Well, he gave me.
God is God is Nietzsche's an antichrist, hands
Yeah,
down.
kind of. Nietzsche. This is the problem with the philosophy. So I think all philosophy falls off short because, especially with the idea of philosophy right now, the idea of philosophy right now is pure logos, and they you deny the logos and just make logos and a formless thing that you are trying to understand without the being, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So
I can take him as an antichrist and still see what he's trying to say. I mean, he's one of my
yeah, yeah.
three absolutist philosophers. It's just that he hates the collective of the church. and he views Christianity as a slave religion. He just openly rails against it. If
Hmm.
you're a Christian, to him, you are weak and submissive. Submission, you shouldn't submit to the passive church. You should submit to force.
Yes, true.
Um, but back to the cathedral. So the cathedral is the management system of the modern technocratic state. It was once occupied. Its job was to regulate the superordinate goal of the nation states back in the day, before the collapse of the church and the worship of materialism.
Hmm.
Um, the system is still in place. That is the college network, Harvard, Yale, all the Ivy League places, Brown, Georgetown.
Which are
Uh,
the way that I look at them right now is like they're the cathedrals right now, right?
yes, yes, they're the
Hmm.
cathedrals, and they were once ministries, Protestant ministries. You went there and you got educated, but you were also educated in Protestant theology, and a lot of these guys became preachers and pastors and the the clergy of the Protestant church, if you will,
Yes.
um, or the confederation of churches, I should say. Uh, and if you look at their coats of arms, you'll notice that there are these esoteric religious symbols, scrolls, Bibles, crosses, torches, all-seeing eyes of providence, etc. Uh, so they quit espousing Christianity and they just adopted the materialist and postmodern religions. The priesthood left, so to speak.
I don't think
Uh,
they left. I think that the priesthood is just
it can,
replaced.
yes, it converted. That's it. The institution is
Mm.
still there. It's just a different priesthood. The mask is off. The individualist schema has pushed so far into individualism. We are witnessing its end game, which is nihilistic, atheistic, materialistic.
Yes. It's so hard because I come from kind of an academic background, and you do see a lot of atheism, materialism, nihilistic tendencies in academia.
Exactly.
But if you look at the underlying tendency, especially in the past, especially in the disciplines that are about the ethical framework, like the humanism. It's not the humanism.
Hmm.
Uh, the
Humanism
humanities.
is the yes, but the ism is a part of the technocracy of republicanism,
I mean,
and
humanism is just Satanism, right?
true, but that's where again, like I was talking about earlier. I was watching Jay tonight, and he's calling out the overlap between the collectivist and the individualist being the materialist factor,
Hmm.
and the same thing uh, applies here with the technocracy. The cathedral it quit espousing God in the long term, but it's still out here preaching dogmas. All people are fundamentally equal, uh, and so many other
Yeah.
Christian tenets that it doesn't even know why it upholds in its secular humanist religious cult.
What about Oswald Spangler?
So I bring him up because we're going to start saying the cyclical nature of history. Uh, and Oswald Spangler's fall, winter, summer, spring cycles correlating with like a brown age, uh, a black age, a green age, and a golden age. I kind of argue that our golden age ended in 1980 of the Protestant world. So the clock can only tick to a more collectivist or absolutist because we've kind of hit peak individualism. So the system is going to try to balance itself out. The Tellaway are going to try to balance themselves out, which is why things are seemingly getting more and more nuts and unstable.
At the end of okay, so he's one of the people that did this. It's like one of the secular humanists that he created, like this the part of the the humanist manifesto and stuff like that.
No, not Oswald Spengler. Oswald Spengler is he's talking about the cycles of mankind. I would argue that he writes a book called The Decline of the West. So he's talking, a lot of people would say that his book inspired a lot of the windmill armband people, a lot of
Mm.
their philosophy. His book,
The
he's a
neo one, right? Or the
yes, 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 yes.
okay.
He's right before that era, and
Wait, are you
he's
talking
talking.
about are you talking about the 1930s or are you talking now?
Yeah, 1930s.
Okay,
His
okay.
philosophy was used for a lot of that 1930s stuff, even though he's pre-1930s. He's like uh pr- World War One, pre-World War One era.
Well,
And
there's a
he
lot of
kind of
people
sees
that
he sees the writing on the wall of the collapse of the German people.
okay.
Before the collapsing of the German people, he's noting the decadence, like Aristotle. He's noticing mass immigration. He's noticing uh, big circular patterns in history with the rise and falls of empires, and he's correlating all that into his book, the Decline of the West. I forget what it's called in German, the setting of the sun of the West, or something like that. Um, Important note though, like Rome during its imperial cycle was during a brown age. Brown age is everything stagnates. There's no more individualism. Austerity is a theme. But they're the most stable. They're kind of the most peaceful before the collapse. So the good news is there's a lot of them. That period of time lasted the bulk of the Roman Empire. Uh, So America isn't going to collapse. If anything, we'll go into
No.
a brown age cycle and be an empire.
Yeah, there's a lot of people there's a lot of people for example, I had a little talk the other day with EOD. And I think there's a
Mhm,
lot of people that are like un understand like understandable. They're moving towards the idea of collectivism,
mhm.
and because right now we have two parties, right? We have an authoritarian, libertarian kind of party, which is the Republican Party, and we have a collectivist,
Yeah, they're
liber
both liberal. They're both
libertarian.
liberal. One's a progressive liberal party, and the other is a conservative liberal party.
No, but I'm talking about the teloi. So one is
Oh yeah,
individualistic,
yeah, yeah.
authoritarian. The other one is individualistic,
Yeah, there's two.
um,
Yes, yes. One's absolutist. Is individualistic, and that reflects in
and
exit polling.
collectivist.
Yeah, the collectivists are the center and left.
Exactly. We're in this. I see that. I see. Right. If we're gonna collapse the pyramid, okay,
Hmm.
the center or the middle of the line, because we're collapsing the pyramid into a line, and there's two different parties, right? In the
Right.
center, we have the libertarians, and then towards one side we have the collectivists, and towards the other side we have the authoritarians. And
That's probably a healthier way to look at it, and we can see so many of our libertarian bros kind of fence it on all kinds of different
yeah, yeah,
subjects.
exactly. They're the fucking fence sitters.
and,
Because they're in the middle, right? They're like, oh, I would like
and
to
of
be
this, and
government.
when you break it down psychologically, they don't like big government because they're in rebellion.
Mhm,
The perpetual libertas rebellion, that is.
exactly.
And uh my rights, my roads, all this. And who am I to say? Their ethos is the non-aggression pact, which is why they are feckless, which is why they can be easily invaded without a shot ever being fired. Which is why traditionally the merchant classes are never allowed to rule completely because they focus on themselves, and this kind of reflects in modernity in the sense of neither the left nor the right, no matter who they vote for, are seemingly getting what they want. The elites are more focused on preserving the neoliberal empire than they are meeting the needs of the citizens of this country. peak individualism crash out.
Now we have the Strauss Hall demographic,
So
or is that
yeah, yeah,
that's a
yeah.
typo?
It's
Okay, yeah.
demographic. It's demographic theory. Basically, Strauss and Hall kind of mirror a little bit of what Oswald Spengler is, but they put it on more of the individual meta cycle of generations. So there's 4 generations alive on Earth at any given time, and it roughly takes 20 25 years for one generation to come in age. So baked in, we have another 4 3. We're going to see lots of 4s and 3s as a pattern.
Okay. I don't know why
Uh,
the hell he thinks artist is a collectivist moderate.
we'll get to that. No, no. So the book Strauss Hall Generations, it's another read that is well worth it. It's unsettling. Everybody doesn't like their archetype, but when you back up and look at it, it is an interesting boggle. But 4 generations. So what this does as a failsafe is at any given time, there are 3 generations that are more or less running things, with a generation coming to replace the generation outgoing when it dies. So the last hero generation, millennials, are a hero generation. Uh, the hero generation before us were the greatest generation, the people that fought World War I and World War II. So a hero generation is known for dealing with the crisis of the era, of the epoch, the 4 generational cycle. And they kind of fix things. So they're more absolutist, collectivist minded. We see this
Mhm.
in millennials and younger. You're either more commie minded or absolute. Let's build an empire. So that dialectics, and there's dialectics that play out inside of the generation itself, but it more or less stays to this. So what this does, as you see in the blue and the red there, is at any given time, because generations are primed more towards collectivism or individualism, absolutism, uh, there's never consensus. And so with 3, until one generation phases out, uh, it's kind of at the 2 generations are kind of at the minority of the more populist generations before it. Um, do you want to unpack this? This is kind of complex, or
Yeah,
do you want to?
let's try to unpack it real quickly. I see that it is kind of complex. So these are the different time frames, and I
Mhm.
see that it has to do with the crisis. So let's talk about the this first: the crisis, high awakening, and rebelling. What
So,
does this
let's
mean?
so let's start with the crisis. The crisis of the day was the collapsing world orders of the empires, the Ottoman Empire and the imperial system. The death of the imperial Christian world, to be more specific, uh, ultimately accumulating in the murder of uh, the Tsar and his family. So that's the end of that imperial cycle, but also generationally, at the generational level, that was a huge crisis that got solved by the greatest generation in the form of World War II. What have millennials been through? We've been through 9/11. We've been through global pandemic. Our whole life, there have been all these global crises. So
Mhm.
if the Strauss Hall model holds up, our generation is actually supposed to solve a bunch of these crises of our era and time now. And I see this more and more happening, especially as the boomer generation dies off, which is a artist generation. They are, or excuse me, a profit generation. So the next down in line would be the silent generation. These are the people that put the man on the moon. Their counterculture was like the beatniks, the proto hippies, pre hippies, and pre commies. This is during the time when a lot of socialism starts creeping through. So we see that generation also being primed more towards collectivism. It takes a mass collective effort to put a man on the moon. They were known
Well, it
for
took. What I will I've been thinking about that a lot lately when it comes to the idea of putting the man on the moon, and I
you
people
debated it.
know. Well, I agree. I think that it was done through Christian ingenuity, that it was that we were. able to even do it at all. So
Yes, at the
I don't see
larger
a
level,
reason.
it was that Protestant work ethic and that collectivist ingenious. It was truly the age of singular libertas, pulled off by a collectivist generation, the artist generation.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
why the aesthetic of their time, all this Art Deco stuff, with beautiful, P-52 Mustang, fighter planes, and you see it in the automotive. Things were not just engineered to look good, but they were built for function. This is also the end of the modern era and the beginning of the post-up modern era, in my opinion, because the modernists believed in actual functionality. We're not just building you a Cadillac. We're going to build you the only Cadillac you'll ever need out of steel, and it's going to last forever. And we've considered everything. If something, God forbid, does break down, for a couple of pennies in your pocket, you can get replace any part on this yourself in your driveway.
Yeah. And
And we don't have that anymore because everything has been ultra uh, consumerized and service geared. Things are now baked in with baked in obsolescence and baked in service stuff. You can't just on some newer cars, you can't just change the spark plugs. You got that's a service level thing. You got to go take it to the shop and they got to take your engine half apart to get to the spark plugs.
yeah, that's true. And I don't I understand the idea. I will always think, especially in a growing economy, when we're talking about the older generation. Well, there were two reasons for that to happen. The first reason was, at one point, time became extremely valuable. So
Yep.
it
But
and
we're also seeing a surplus of it because of the being post-industrialized in the industrial revolution.
yeah,
And with industrial revolutions, whether we're talking about ancient Rome or the taming the Wild West, comes a robust middle class in the bourgeoisie that the left has always railed against as gatekeepers to the elite.
what I was talking about, what I was saying is that time become very valuable, and it didn't become very valuable as to individual people. It become very valuable to the companies,
Hmm.
and when they were doing things so that people could do it in their house on their own, um, and selling like the individual parts, it became more profitable to just create something that was cheaper and was going to be easier for the people working in the companies. It's obviously not the same right now because of the economic base has we have a little bit of a collapse in the economic base, and we've been through inflation in the past 5 years, and probably
When
we're
we
going to
don't
be through
manufacture
inflation.
it the same way.
No, but it doesn't matter. What I'm saying is, during the 90s, what happened is that it cost, you can still get the parts, and the parts would be cheap, and you could still do it in your driveway, or you could just get a new one for almost the same price. So there
Right,
was a sink cost fallacy.
because a lot of that because a lot of that was then outsourced under the individualist
Hmm.
supranational model of globalism. Uh, the being able to replace that cheap part now, you just get that cheap part from China, or it's made in Mexico, or as we see NAFTA moving whole corporations out of the country into China, Mexico, Canada, just any India abroad. Uh, thus that consumer savings, that time is savings. It was both a benefit and a downfall. So I think one of the interesting things the Strauss Hall model points out is each generation, despite its title, solves a problem of its era while simultaneously creating new ones for the generations underneath it. And then
Okay, so yeah, it's like
after
that makes
after the
sense.
boom after the artist generation of the silent generation comes the boomer generation, which are a profit generation. So you can look at their traits. That it's no coincidence that we see all of the '70s and '60s hippie rebellions and such, as they are coming to age in the timeline.
Mhm.
Uh, and then once they assume power in elder age, and they've actually made, because of our technology, life expectancy has increased. So the envelope of the reign of generations has also increased for at least their generations. I think that there's a downtick in life expectancy now that they kind of enjoyed the peak of it all. Uh, but they become the college professors in the timeline. They take over the psychology industry, and kind of weaponize it against us as the new religion. They put their ideology into the younger generations while they are the college professors and such. So we're seeing a turnaround as now they're in retirement, hitting retirement or dying off, and this globalist, socialist, collectivist model that they this revolution that they've carried from their upbringing and culture is going to die off with them, as we are going to see. A lot of the Zionist stuff comes from them. The Jesus Friends movement, which was actually, you
The
know,
Jesus friend.
all the premillennial and postmillennial dispensationalism comes, the rapture comes out of the Jesus Friends hippie
I have
movement.
I have a theory on all of these, and I understand that we're looking at this as generational right now. But
Hmm.
remember the brown ages that you were talking about? I think that once we have a superstructure being imposed very authoritatively, which is where society moved towards, we have like, when I look at the historical framework, we have like these moments of like libertas and high instability, and usually you
Yep.
have the two sides pushing against each other. You have the collectivists and the authoritarians, and one of them is
Even
gonna.
the Weimar Republic would be in that, where
Mhm.
the individualists are in charge, this posh individualist group, and then there are the communists and the far right, the nationalists and the
I will not say far right, but I would say the
there's actual imperialists that were in that camp too. That's
yeah.
how it was unpacked, and they're busy warring against each other,
Mhm.
and that middle couldn't hold the line against all the degeneracy,
Yeah,
because that this the nature of the
the individualists will always move towards the degeneracy, right? And they sell
hmm
out, which is one
hmm
of my pet peeves of against libertarianism. I think libertarianism cannot work, and the reason why is because they sell out. And if I remember listening to a guy. He was like, at the time I was a very big I was a big libertarian guy, and he was talking about if he was in government what he would do, and he says, well, yeah, if I was in government I will fucking sell out. And I realized at that moment that it was like, oh, it's not a there is no such thing as an underlying super hierarchical, super imposed framework of morals and ethics. It's just whatever is whatever makes you feel fine, I guess, right? Whatever gives you the
so
thing that you want. And
right.
there's always going to be a sellout. That's what I said. That they're like, we're like in the middle and these very unstable forces, and you have the two sides moving towards each other, and one of them is going to win, and you end up with an emperor. It doesn't matter if it's a right. It doesn't matter if it's from the right wing perspective or for the left wing perspective. If you look at the
Yep.
Roman Empire, the first emperor, which is Octavius, Octavius comes um from kind of a collectivist
Yeah,
idea.
he's kind of with the populist idea. He kind of inherits Caesar's mantle of
Hmm.
that populist collective. Um, Yeah, no, you're absolutely right.
But
There's different layer or different orders of magnitude. Like looking at the generational cog as a smaller cog connected to the bigger cog, which is the which Tellaway is
yep.
reigning kind of cog. W- in my
And if
theory,
you
I call
and
this
if
the three stroke. It's a three stroke. It behaves like a three stroke or a four. Excuse me, a four stroke motor. The Wankel engine. The the rotary motor. It's a triangle wedge that
Okay.
fires across 4 hemispheres. It has an intake, uh, a compression cycle, a power stroke, and an exhaust cycle. But it's using a three-faced surface to make all this happen. Same thing's kind of happening with my model in a lot of
Hmm.
ways. And Strauss and Hall, they do a good job of looking at these generations culturally, going all the way back to the English Civil War, when I think their best, one of their best arguments for it is they really kind of nail the nomad generation, and that's the like Generation X. Uh, they're madly individualistic. The Pepsi generation, kind of they inherit the kind of uh, tune out, drop out mentality of their boomer parents, but at the same time, they're the last stretch of this individualist, libertarian Protestant work ethic and ideal. The last of that kind of world before the millennials, uh, another hero generation comes along. So actually, in the grand scheme of things, actually have a pretty good prognosis for the 2030s and 40s moving forward after all this crisis. I think that once the dust settles, we're gonna have a more stable country and world. It's just
Uh,
the
I hope so. I'm not gonna be completely sure, but I hope so.
but right now we're definitely in a revealing. We're definitely,
Well,
for
we're
all
moving
intents and
towards
purposes,
authoritarianism, and I don't.
we're in an age of antichrist, and all
Huh.
of it is being all of it is being revealed around us.
We're moving towards authoritarianism. Whichever you want it or not, we're gonna be moving towards an authoritarian idea because on the one side, when it comes to the left or even to the right, we're still moving towards an authoritarian position. This is why the Orthodox Church is growing because it gives
Yep,
it's a superstructure that has an authority in it. This is why
yep,
we see the radicalization of even the genders, right? Because the fight is not in the center anymore. We're not collective. We realize that the individualist pretty much has sold us out, and they are living
yeah.
the
They sold us out for the big coom.
they sold us out for exactly they sold us out for the big coom, and the people in the middle don't have a place anymore. So they're gonna be moving towards the extremes in order to find whoever is gonna be the next people are gonna be at the top of the
Yes,
pyramid.
Transit
Um,
theory says that the age of the individualism is over. That there needs to be one of the totalitarian forces to check the imbalance.
exactly, and we are in the middle of it now. Historically, it ends in war. I
Mhm.
don't think we need to go there. That's my position in this. I think we can
I think that war
move
is
without.
absolutely possible in the next 100 years with like China or Russia, even, and we are
No, no, no,
technically.
not even, no,
No, hear
no,
me out. Hear me out, bro.
no, no. That's
It-
not the war I'm
and
talking
it's hard.
about.
I know, but it's. I think in the next 100 years, it's probably going to happen, and we're already looking at the tall tale signs of it in all these various proxy wars, which are ultimately wars against Russia and China.
Well, take a
Iran,
look at.
even it bombing Iran is, in fact, degrading the military forces and economic forces of Russia and China in the world's strategic maps.
Okay.
Is weird as that is. Uh,
Well, what I'm saying
that's
is,
what's that's what's going on, because Iran
th-
is a proxy for China and Russia.
this is what I'm gonna be saying. This is what I'm actually saying. Okay, you have
Mhm.
you have the two. We have in the there's always a possibility of the external foe, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about civil war,
Oh,
because
okay.
if you look at I'm basing my idea on the Roman Empire. I think the
Yeah.
Roman Empire is similar, not the same. They were very different in a lot of senses, but they were similar in the in the fact that they lived through a moment in the High Republic where it was a very unstable part of the Republic. It was a
Mhm.
very profitable part of the Republic too.
Mhm.
There were a lot of people who were very rich. There were a lot of people who were able to make like a good living, especially
Well, the
in that
oligarchy
part of the
killed
Republic.
the oligarchy killed Caesar, much similar as the individualist oligarchy killed Caesar, much in the same way as the individualist oligarchy killed, or didn't kill, but strong armed King John into signing Magna Carta.
Yes, exactly. But right now, when I'm thinking about it, is there's a great possibility uh, that in the next 100 years we have another civil war in the United States, and I don't think it's
I could, I
necessary.
could, I could. I
But
don't think it's necessary. I think that if there is something like it, it'll be a quick flash. It won't be like the, you know,
well,
OG Civil War.
that's what people thought when it came to
I think
Caesar.
I think they're trying to manifest like a hyperstition in the form of like all these Civil War movies. That, for instance, the latest one that came out
Ah,
where
yeah,
they kill a proto Donald Trump.
yeah.
I think that's more insightful propaganda. But looking at what the cathedral, Hollywood is a part of the cathedral. Looking at its memetics that it pumps out is very important because that's what it's trying to set up. To the revolutionaries that made that movie, that's their wet dream. That Jacobite, bloody, glorious revolution. That way, they can usher in the socialist utopia.
Yes, that
That's
has been well. That's been the open idea from them from a long time ago. Like this is not new. If people think that the memetics, when you talk about the memetics, or it's like new things, right? A meme
hmm
comes and it's new, and then it widespreads. But the memes have been, or the
yeah. There
ideas are old. They're not new.
there are
We have the
ancient
same kind
there
of.
are ancient memes and primordial memes. I forget the philosopher. He doesn't use the word memes. He's actually looking at families, uh, or culture, and he calls it. There's two cultures. There is a progenitive culture and a what do you call it? Um, it's a word for secondary. I don't. I'm gonna get a headache thinking too hard about it.
Yeah, I don't know
I
I don't know
spoke.
what is another word for secondary. um,
uh,
two.
yeah, no, it'll come to me later when I quit trying to think about it. Cultural genesis. This is kind of looking at Strauss Hall. This is kind of an amalgamation of uh, quote unquote cultural evolution from a forensic history standpoint, starting off with hunter gatherers, the progression from hunter gatherers to modernity, and it's kind of a lot.
Well,
There's an interesting book.
it's not the first time
There-
that we have had something similar to modernity, and we've seen collapses and rebirths of the social orders throughout
There's a
history. There's the Bronze Age that a lot of people don't know much about. And the reason why we don't know much about it is because it was a full on collapse of civilization that
Yep,
lasted about almost 500 years. And you see these
and
huge
it went
empires.
everywhere. It was everywhere. It
Yeah, it
wasn't
was
just an
everywhere.
isolated event. It was a complete global collapse because
And
all the city states in some way, shape, or form were interdependent on everybody. For instance, bronze runs on tin. There's only 10 mines, so many places, which is a very difficult and toxic thing to mine. So some of the other minerals and compounds you need to refine it are highly toxic. And places like Britain, for instance. That's why the British Isles were so important to the Roman Empire because a lot of the tin came from there. The only other place that had large tin refineries are around the Levant and Iran. So in order to get the raw materials you needed, there has always been this global market of ideas, of cultures, whether we're talking about the Silk Road, where and technology and goods exchange from east to west, or uh, in the more modern age with the expansion of uh, maritime trade. And that's when we see, Adam Smith, the literally writing books about maritime trade, and it's changed because of the advancement of sailing technology, the implications of the world. This is how are the implications for the future, and it's that mentality that allowed the British Empire to this tiny little island to conquer the world, and it did it through naval and technological superiority over the world.
Yep.
Uh,
Yeah,
and
it's
then,
true.
and interestingly enough, that great big epoch of time, we're witnessing even the decline of that 500 years later. So
Well, we live
it was a
in,
good.
if you look like the highways and the waterways and the things that are Rome built, and you compare it to modernity, we live in Rome with different name, right?
Yep,
It's like we still, if you, especially Europe, obviously not here, we're not in Rome, but if you go to
you could take
Europe, it's just Rome with different name, in other words.
you could take somebody of that time and transplant them into the now, and they probably wouldn't be that blown away. And you could take one of us and transplant us back into ancient Rome, and we would be blown away in the sense of just the more things are the similarity, the institutions, the marketplaces, the organization. There's nothing new under the sun.
So the cultural
Uh,
genesis, are you? We're gonna be talking about the
so
evolutionary
we're going to be
social
talking.
contract. Oh,
Yeah,
the
so
Rousseau.
we're so Hobbes and Locke, because each one of the telloi, it kind of leans towards one of these social contracts.
Do you
And when we
really? Do
look,
you believe in the social contract theory? I hate. I
uh,
think it's
I,
so
I don't I
dumb.
don't I don't I don't necessarily believe in it, because there's three of them. I see three competing ideas. I see three competing mimetics. But to say that, well, there's one ring that rules them all, or that things aren't a chimera of all three of the social contracts, would be denying these philosophers their credit and denying my observations of what they're trying to point out. And I look at it as, so we can scroll down. You'll see what
Okay.
I'm talking about. No,
Um.
keep going through all this. Yeah, right here, right here, right here. Um, what we're looking at here. Let me pull it up on mine so I can read it or look at it better. Okay, so what we see here is the blue hemisphere. It's a picture of kind of the primordial. This is what Marx would call uh, the primordial collective. This is the his innocent virtue. This is kind of like his Virgin Mary. This is the innocent, virtuous, female tribal collective. Things are egalitarian.
Mm.
It's the women that are nurturing the young, and it's the women that are nurturing the dead as their kind of collectives, as the men are off either hunting, gathering, or raiding. So I have this as kind of number two. It's a female force. So I don't know which comes first, the chicken or the egg, so to speak, or which cock impregnates the hen, whether it's the individualist or the absolutist uh, roosters. It doesn't matter. It There is a meeting here at the social contract ground zero. The individualists kind of operate as either pirates in their degenerated form, or they have this kind of pain worldview, free trade, free travel. We can look at the expansion of like Neolithic potteries and language. This is that nomadic group of males. Uh, then there's the absolutist group. These are the first standing armies and the first ones to kind of sit down and develop territories, boundaries, and build walls and fortifications.
Okay.
And both of these strategies are to collect or to attract mates, accumulate mates, capture mates. It doesn't matter how the gumbo is made. This is the ground zero where all three different social contracts are kind of birthed out of. Without all three of these, there is no culture or civilization.
Okay. Okay.
And then we see the ontological origins, the feminine nature. We understand why the collective is so concerned with hospitals and schools and when it's
Well,
operating correctly.
the yeah the collect well the collective is it's kind of I have a hard time assigning anything good to the collective, but
I know you do, but
but
you
yes.
have to realize this is also where a lot of the beauty of the women comes from. And I can what
Mm,
this has also kind of done is I can be my wife. The wife reminds me I'm a chauvinist all the time. What this reminds me of is that actually a lot of the grace and beauty and resilience of the female creature. And that's not to say that the 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 primordial collective was all female. There were beta males that stayed back. There were elder males. This is also the birthing of like the priesthood. If we look at you big lay Tepe or Potbelly Hill in the edge of Turkey and like Syria,
mhm.
uh, um, we see for agriculture, the temple complex, and the hunter gathering uh, cultures all mix into one. And interesting enough, I don't know how true it is, but I've heard that a lot of modern grain, even today, stems from this Potbelly Hill temple complex. So there's a function behind all of it. The Somewhere along the way, the individualists, if they stop raiding, they start inventing. Uh, Large scale agriculture, for example, doesn't appear until after, as we know it, until the Neolithic collapse. The population rises. There's a interesting in the Strauss Hall model. There's an interesting mathematical formula: P equals T, population equals technology, and they're one and the same. The more people you have, the more technology you have at your disposal. This is the overlap between the individualist and the collectivist, with bureaucracy, technology being part of their trait. So the collective and modernity, for instance, even though the Soviet Union burned up real quick in a big ball of human labor and forced labor and forced intellect, it was for a brief moment in history competing with the individualist teloe in the Cold War and the space race and the arms race. It was competing with its own culture and cosmology as far as like the technological end game of mankind, which interestingly enough, on the collectivist side of Soviet cosmology, they even intended on liberating gender. So, it's no coincidence we see the Troon question being accepted by both the individualist and the absolutist, or the individualist, excuse me, and the collectivists. Um, I did this little Fibonacci spiral because if we you take each of the segments, you can kind of break those down into epochs where we're using kind of an Oswald Spengler model of
Okay.
winter, fall, summer, spring, and you map those onto the different collapses. So you have the Neolithic collapse, you have the Bronze Age collapse, you have the Iron Age collapse, you have the collapse of the uh, you have the schism, you have a collapse of the imperial systems of modernity, or what do you call that? What was that period of time called? 1700s. Um, that'll come back.
1700s.
Yeah, that'll come. There was a world order built around the aristocracies and the different empires, and that collapsed. The Napoleonic, we call it a Napoleonic collapse.
Okay. Yeah, I was thinking about the
Um,
Napoleon.
so you can kind of see these different epochs, and each of those different epochs, you see a growth in population. Uh, each time the population. So just looking at if we could. I wish I would have put a actual like peak graphic with a timeline so you could see it with population.
Now that you're talking about population, it reminds me. So I was there was one of the Germans that won a Nobel Prize, a Nobel Prize for chemistry. He won it because he created the way that we can get pesticide from air. And before that, one of the things that like some island nations and some other places would sell was pretty much bird waste.
Yeah, guano. I mean, Ace Ventura is kind of funny, but they're kind of onto something.
So
It,
it is very interesting.
yeah,
So
the island
building the
empires. Yeah,
city.
island empires. I tell you what, have whether we're talking about the Tyre, with the Phoenicians, the
Mhm.
Minoans, Japan, Great Britain, where they had wheat and horses. Uh, it's no coincidence that uh, Japan went from imperial to individualist. But this, when you really dissect Japan, it's still, even though it had an emperor and it had done away with the shogunate system and done away with the samurai. The samurai were kind of the baron lords. It replaced that oligarchy of with corporations like Mitsubishi and those elite
Well,
merchant families.
those are still the samurai families.
Yeah, yes. They just reshifted. They went from being samurai to being the corporations. Japan was still ruled by a militant business class. In my model, I call it technocratic, or not technocratic, militant commercialism. So everywhere I look in history, my model so far has been holding up.
So I really enjoyed the like I know a little bit of the Spartans and I know a little bit of history, so I enjoy history. When it comes to the Spartans, it's a very interesting society because it collapsed in a different way. Usually, I see collapse happen in either war or uh or decay, but like
Would
a
you would you say that they collapsed as an absolute, because at the end of the day, I would classify them, even though the women controlled the property and everything, and own they controlled basically the economy. Um, that was more or less done as a failsafe for being a war state. Your your fate as a Spartan citizen, you were just as likely to die in some military campaign as you were to die of old age.
well,
Um,
I will say that the way that I see it is this is the first great feminist collapse. This is the grand
yes,
feminist collapse of the old age
and
because
this is how absolutism, when it gets too gung ho with, and let's call it quite frankly what it is, was Spartan was a eugenics program, complete and utter eugenics program. What happens is you can't replace your citizens fast enough, especially if you're at war all the time, uh, to maintain a population,
well, not even that.
even have a nation state, because they never, compared to other city states in that Hellenistic period, um, they didn't hang in population the same way is because of just what it took, what you had to go through to even make a Spartan citizen. You had to be a proven veteran before you were some warrior priest would marry you to what was matched as the right wife for you, your state issued wife.
Well, this is the thing. One, at the beginning, it was the king was on top, but they did had like a little bit of politics
Yeah,
imbued into
there
the
was
system.
there's 2 kings.
Yeah, there
They
was
had
two
the campaign
kings.
king and the domestic king, but then there's this whole imported system from and what I gather is a derivative of, Plato's, uh, Republic, but his thesis on law, the shadow government, so to speak, the hidden hand, the what did he call them? The Knights of something of Night. The Council of Night is what it is. And these are the ethos out of Delphi. And I can't remember, the Spartans had a specific term that they called their ethos, because the ethos were out of Delphi, but they had a counterpart that was involved in espionage, spying, uh, in both foreign and domestic affairs, and management of the state. Um, so the kings had to get their permission. You couldn't be one of these guys. You didn't run for that office. You were appointed into that office by them voting you into being one of these agents of night. And that's when, again, when the shadow government starts taking over, that also accelerates your
Well,
collapse.
you're going too far into the ideas of like the shadow governments and the
Well,
way
I'm
that
being
I
absolute so how that worked practically was the Spartan army, for instance, that's a true, like with the 300, that's a true thing that happened. That's a historical event. They
Mhm.
couldn't just go march the army to stop an invasion of Greece because, the omens, this hidden priesthood was like, no, the omens are bad. You can't. It's not the war season yet, because in ancient Greece, war happened. There was actually a season for war.
Yes.
That way
Well, there
everybody's
has always been a
economies.
season for war, and the
Mhm.
one of the season for war was usually during summer to fall.
And then
Those were the
October then your
seasons.
October surprise going
Yeah,
into
yeah,
the winter.
yeah. Exactly. Going into the winter was off ground because it was winters were harsh in
And
that
the
you had to
winters
have the survival.
Yeah,
You
winters
had
are
to,
hard on
yeah,
resources. There's not a whole lot of extra resource to dedicate to war when things are survival. And
exactly.
still, at that period of time, the globe is still very much interlinked, especially with bronze, coming from Persia and Britain.
True. So those are the ideas, but my perspective is that the way that it happened is though because I remember correctly, it was the inheritance passed to the first woman of the family, and at
Mhm.
the end there were like these super rich baronesses, and there was like a huge amount of wealth hoarded into these little families, and they because the Spartans were weird. The Spartans didn't see themselves as part of Greece, they see themselves as conquerors. So people think that they belong to another place and they go to Greece, they conquered it, that part of Greece, and everybody was a slave to them, and they see every single person as an usurper, like they were going there to dethrone them and destroy them.
Right?
And this is why I said that it's like the feminist collapse is because the feminists at the end of the day, these like ladies had the power when it comes to the coin, and they just didn't reproduce. And when the Romans finally came to Sparta, they were a handful of people who were actually
Yeah,
Spartans.
by the time the Romans did that, um, but the Romans still had a love for the martial spirit of the Spartans, so they put a whole lot of romantic
No, yes,
mimetics out about them.
true, but
And
they
and
didn't
to be
had a
fair, and to
fight.
be fair, And to be fair, there was a period of time, I believe, when the Spartans occupied southern Greece and uh, Sicily, along with the Phoenicians. And so there's a lot of the Hellenistic culture that bled into Roman culture at the
Yeah,
same
yeah, yeah.
at,
But what I mean is
at
that there
different
was
points.
no fight.
Oh, okay, okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
if you see at the actual thing, like it was because
yeah. There's
the
no
conqueror is Pompey Maximus.
right.
So Pompey goes on, conquers all of Greece, goes to is preparing because he has this idea that the Spartans are like the super army, and he
Hmm.
gets there and there's no fight because there's no Spartans. They're like a
Because
handful of people at that point.
it's a relic of a ghost of itself, and it's really the Romans that kind of rebuild Sparta during that period of time and kind of make it a tourist hub.
Uh huh.
Um,
Yeah,
if you go to,
they call it they call. There's a guy that has a channel called Unbiased History, and they
I
say
love him. Yeah.
he says that yeah they finally had transformed Greece into the twink province, and I thought it was pretty funny. And then they finally got the perfect twinks in Greece, and so it's actually really funny.
So on slide 101, these are more or less notes. Um, but we can kind of see a proto before. I think something interesting about Christian history and the importance of like
Well, in
even our
mine only,
calendar
yeah, in mine only says building Rome. It doesn't say anything else.
on one slide 101.
Yeah, 101. Oh wait, 101. Yeah.
Okay. That's a map of the three warring kingdoms. And when you look
Oh,
at
okay.
when you look at the Asians during that warring dynasty period, this dynasty warrior stuff,
Uh
which
huh.
is fascinating. Um, we see Buddhism, Confucianism, and Taoism
Hmm.
kind of rumbling against each other with the yellow emperors and excuse me, the Taoist yellow ribbons, the yellow turbans. Um, to the left is uh, and this 200 years AD, 200 years BC. But what's interesting about this whole, I'd say, 500, 700 year period, uh, circling around, going forward in time and after Christ, there's no real conception linguistically, culturally, mimetically of the nation state. It's really Christianity that kind of, in my opinion, ushers in this whole concept of biblical prophecy and the nations rising up. Before things are very still kind of in these individualist cycle post whichever collapse period of what Oswald Spengler calls a Merovingian cycle. So you have city states, you have kind of a Wild West before the nation state is born. And we look to the left, we see the Thebians, the Athenians, and the Spartans also representing individualism, absolutism, and uh, collectivism, getting ready pre Alexander to, it's Alexander that comes around and kind of nationalizes. All these Greek city states viewed themselves as individuals, and they had their own individual religions and patron gods and cultures and traditions. And it's the Macedonians who were considered outsiders, not necessarily Greek, that come in and unify the Greek idea. And then as Alexander
Well, they get
expands,
conquered. They don't
he's blown
unify them
away.
in that way. They
But
actually
but
conquer
but
them.
Alexander but Alexander is blown away because it's I think there's a lot of uh who was his teacher? Aristotle.
Hmm.
There's a lot of Aristotle in him. This concept of the nation state being the Greek. And as he's campaigning further and further west, he's completely blown away to see that there are free Greek city states all the way even out into Iran.
Okay.
Um, let's look at the sequel to 300, that Greek woman. That was an actual queen.
I haven't watched the sequel to 300,
I
which
can't
is
remember
the
her. I can't remember her name, but that was she was a real historical figure, and she was like a Greek queen of a Greek city state that was in the
Theba,
Levant.
Thebe.
Uh-huh, and that's how she ended up on the side of Xerxes. So it's just interesting the way individualist cultures can spread even all the way out into what are pretty much absolutist empires.
So let's go
um,
to the building. We have the well. We're talking. We can talk about the
we've
west.
pretty much we've pretty much covered a lot of the uh, evolution of the social contract. Starting with Marx sees this in his dialect of history that we'll cover later when we get to that part. Um,
So we have an impasse because you want to go to the psychological. Do you
yeah,
want to? Do
that's
you
going to
want to
be, I
start
think,
the?
its own can of worms. I'm down for, we can either, if you've got questions, if anybody's got questions, we can do Q&A to where
Yeah,
we
we can
are.
do. We can do Q
I
and
think
A,
the
and we can start
psychological,
the psychological next episode because
sweet.
this is gonna be the actual. I think this is. This is the cherry. This is the cherry on top.
Yeah,
We
we're
went through.
getting there.
Yeah, we went through all of the philosophy when it comes to, and this is the part when I think we're actually going to disagree.
I
Uh,
think we'll disagree, but I think we'll both learn from each other. I think that, believe it or not, you probably already hold a lot of these. So much of our psyche and our worldview is constructed on Freudian and Jungian models, whether we like it or not.
yeah, yeah. The well, for one of the things that I realized later on in life was, um, I think a lot of us were raised on the idea of Scott Pilgrim. It sounds
I,
awful because
I
it
get it.
is,
No, yeah, yes.
but we were raised on the idea of Scott Pilgrim, and one of the main themes, especially if you read the comics and not look at that stupid movie, is the shadow. There's a moment when Scott has to
Mhm,
fight his shadow and finally becomes like a full person and gets out of this state of retardation kind of.
well, I think Alan Watts, both Alan Watts and Young, you know, borrow from the Christian concept of, we're our own worst enemy, and until you can't really submit until you deal with the sinner within. Until you deal with the sinner within, how are you going to find the grace, kind of thing.
Yeah. and
Um,
and whenever we look at.
I think we're going to have a blast. I think we're actually going to have a blast when we dive into psychology and so much more. I think this is the cherry on the top. I know a lot of the build up to this can be like dry and too factual, and I know I'm not the world's greatest instructor or teacher where I get scatterbrained and we go off on tangents, but that's half the fun.
I've been so lately when it comes to the politics, I have been a little bit less interested in politics right now. It
Me
we're
too.
we're we're in a lull session. Like, politics are not as important in this specific second. I think
Well,
the
for me,
culture.
I'm seeing a lot of the stuff, like for a lot of the positions I've taken over the last year, especially in some of my debates with people, especially when it comes to certain, you know, people or events and whatnot. I'm seeing people come around as things melt down, and I voted, mega out of imperative, but even the things I don't like, I'm starting to see. Okay, this is to be expected, built on my own model.
Yeah, even the things I don't like, I'm starting to enjoy. It's like,
Yeah, it's not that I'm enjoying them. It's just that it's giving me it's reminding me, uh, to let go of a lot of it. You a lot of this, the world's going to happen around us, and learning to subdue my own passions in the process. We get you put a lot of your personality, your hopes, your dreams, your ambitions into too much politics, too much of the world. You're going to get let down.
well, yeah,
It'd be
if
great if we
you're, yeah,
we'd be great if we deport 10 million people and not play global police as much, and really focus on the American worker and building strong nuclear American families. But even though I'm not getting everything I want, the alternative is bad. It was much worse, actually, much worse, unfathomably worse. Uh, but at the same time, you know, we're not getting what we want. We also know what we want. For instance, this whole Massey thing is a huge black eye, because Massey was probably the reason why they took him out the way they took him out is because they didn't have any dirt on him. Otherwise, we'd be hearing about how he was at the Diddy party, or screwed over such and such with stealing money or some business deal or loan or bribe or something.
I think
So
he took him out himself. I don't think anybody took him out. Like, I under,
they
like we don't.
spent
You
for a
don't have to
Kentucky
play.
backwoods for a backwoods Kentucky spot.
No.
That's they spent what,
Yes, they
10
spend a ton.
million.
They spend a lot of money. That's what I'm saying. And
That's
they
a select. That's targeting, bro. That's
and,
targeting.
hey, Elder
And then
Lion, good to see you.
hearing the cope behind a lot of that. Out of Trump's own mouth. He Did you see the Hello Listener episode just not too long ago,
With
where
no,
yeah, he talks about that. He plays the loop over and over again at Trump, talking about Massey was against the Troons and against this, and basically pro mega, and it's one of the most uncoherent things I've ever witnessed out of Trump's mouth. Like
I don't know
I
what you
don't
mean by that. It's like incoherent in what sense?
like it, because the way he says it goes, the way he unpacked it and justified it makes it sound like, are you really for mega? Just watch the Hello Listener episode. I'll send it to you later.
I'm looking for it right now. Elder, do you have a question?
Because where does retard maxing fit in the triangles?
Retard maxing is at the extreme apex of all 3 points. Once you hit the apex of nihilism in each of the tellaway, then you are in retardville, and bad shit is about to go down on your economy, on your social order, on your religion, on your very way of life.
I don't think you know what retard maxing is.
Maybe I don't. Would you enlighten me then?
I would, but I'm too retarded right now.
I think I can help.
Good
I
to
think
see
it's
you.
the Green Party, the Greta Thunbergs. We must stop the sale of oil to Venezuela.
Is it this? Is it this what you're talking about?
Yeah. Oh, wait, maybe. We'll see.
Well, what are you seeing? Yeah, Thomas Massey's a terrible congressman. He voted against men playing in women's sports. He voted against transgender for everybody, the mutilization of your children. He voted against, again, open borders. We have the best border we've ever had right now. Nobody's coming in.
He went
What
full
the fuck is he talking about?
retard Max. He just okay. I know what he's talking about. He just retard Max. It's actually funny.
Okay.
He was
then
he
explain
was
this
trying
me.
to
I'm
say.
outside the loop.
Okay, he was trying to say he voted against us. Okay, that was the point of what he was trying to say, but he didn't say that. He was like, he voted against men playing women's sport. But he was talking about he voted against the party that
No,
did
so
that.
in the episode I was just telling you about on Hello Listener, he went and looked up Massey's voting record for each thing. What Trump is saying is actually factually correct. That's the retarded thing that's giving me a headache, because what he is saying is actually the truth. He voted against the Trunage. He voted against open borders. This was fact check
No.
on Hello Listener Live. I'm telling
He
you.
voted. What he's talking about.
He's got a whole red alert thing.
I think it was the
and
H1Bs.
template.
There was something that he voted against that was too close part of the border.
Hold on, let me see. If I can
And
find
then
it.
he voted. He was one of the people that didn't allow the Save America Act, the Save
the
Act
thing-
to pass, and he's
That's
been
what I- that's
he's been.
that's what I thought at first, right? But he went through on Hello Listener Live and looked up Massey's voting record, and what Trump
We
is
can
saying
just-
there
we can
is
just check.
factually correct.
No, let me just
Yeah.
say I was waiting to get in on the whole Massey thing, because I dig deep into these people's records, and here's the thing you got to understand: there's two types of rhinos that are out there right now. All right, the one is the Massey type that are LARPing as right wingers, and I
Well-
challenge anyone out there that's listening. Go look at who Massey's donors are, and they're all Islamic people and left-wing groups.
Oh boy,
Right.
I'm gonna challenge that. I don't think so.
Okay, go look it up. I'm telling you right now, that's what you're going to find. And also, the guy now. Here's the thing.
He was more,
Immediately,
what I know, he's more grassroots. I don't think he's taking any muzzy money. He's got a pretty
I'm
clean,
telling
he's
you.
got a solid conservative voting record. He's anti-neocon. He's anti-Ukraine war, and he's anti-bomb Iran with a blank check to you know who. That's and he
You
was
get-
all
listen.
on board. Everything was cool.
Okay,
I'm
nobody
saying
cares
in the
about
record-
that, Trench.
I
Nobody
know you
cares
don't,
about
but
that.
I'm saying everything was cool with the dude until he went all
All right. Just hear
Margie
me out for a
Taylor
minute.
Greene and was like, "No, I
Here-
don't want to do
okay.
the tiny hat thing." And
Hear me out for a minute.
they got him, dude.
Okay. Here's the thing, right? The problem, because
Because that
I
$10
study
million
this stuff.
that $10 million comes from the APAC, bro.
see that you're immediately moving to the J thing. Okay.
That's
The
only thing it
problem
is.
with that. Okay, first of all, APAC is not the highest rated PAC donor that there is.
No, they bust
That-
their money
okay,
into, they bust their money down into other shell groups. But you can look that
Okay.
Massey wasn't getting any of that money. It actually, he's got more grassroots funding. I'm from the Show Me State. You're gonna have to show me where he's getting Hezbollah money or Muzzy money.
Okay.
And
On Matt Morse's
hardcore
stream,
mega, just like Margie Taylor Greene. Everybody mega
Okay.
this, mega that, and then the second they go against the
Trench,
thing,
Trench,
they're
you're
off-
gonna
they're
have
off the
you're gonna
team.
Trench, you're gonna have to let Mr. tell you
Mhm.
where he's getting that information from. Okay, give him
I'll
a
take it.
second.
Just-
Let him talk.
just hear me out for a minute, all right, and then you can critique it. Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Dana Bash's stream and a different stream that they don't even know each other. Both of them went through his voting records, and I'm telling you, it's Muhammad this and you know Singh and that kind of thing. That those are the people that are in his donor records, and you can get the information. You can go look at it. You give me a day, and you can ask Emmett. I'll find it. That's what I do. I'm telling you, he was bought by Islam money. Now, before, hear me out for a second. Some of these people, right? They were once not like that, and then they became that way. And so the timeline is very important. Now, the reason why I said there's types is because obviously you know who Thune is. Well, Thune and Data Republican on X revealed this. Okay, the guy switches his tune all of a sudden. He was doing interviews with Trump's daughter-in-law, right? And he was like, everyone was like, "Oh, everything's great." Then all of a sudden, he's like, "Yeah, we're not going to get this legislation passed." And if someone has such a shift in personality, there has to be a reason for it. So they looked up record, and you know what they found? He got $500,000 from Zuckerberg and from the Google group. So, and I'm not saying that's why he did it. I'm just saying,
$500,000.
these people. I get it, but that's just what they were able to find. Bare minimum. People are going to start tearing into these people's pasts and who it is that they're running with. Okay, Massey, and this is the thing. Forget the fact. Okay, people want to be like, oh, it's J Hat this. There was a guy wearing a mustache man cross with the symbols in it and everything like that, and that was one of Massey's like guys. And I'm not saying
Again, this all sounds dangerously like slop propaganda to me.
Well, these are all like it's out there. You can go find it.
What tattooed guy?
Well, apparently the guy's a streamer. His name's Brian Mata.
But do you see how when we use words just like this guy and that it breaks down?
Well, I don't want to come out and be
because
that guy is
because if it was some like notable person of any type of notoriety, it'd be more front page. From my perspective, he lost because he got blown away in advertising. He could not compete.
He didn't go. No. He didn't get blown away in advertisement.
His
the reason why he voted.
I found that episode. It's called "What Did He Say" on Hello Listener in the live.
No, I understand. I understand what you're saying.
And he goes through to each point, everything that Trump says in that little video. He fact checks live, and Massey is literally voted the way Trump said.
I'm gonna show you why he lost. Okay. Let me show you why he lost.
Can I just make one point real quick, and then I'll just shut up for a little while?
Yeah.
So he went on Tucker. Mm-hmm. No, I get it. It's fair. I listen. You're entitled to your own opinion. I'm not here to argue. I'm just saying what I've seen. I'm not trying to prove anything to anybody, but here's the thing. Tucker, he was supposedly close with Tucker, and then all of a sudden Tucker, and there's documents of this. He's registered under a FARA, paid for by Qatar, and now that knowledge that then all of a sudden these people are reading from the Quran and stuff, and I'm just like, again,
who are these people?
People immediately.
Tucker Carlson.
Candace, it's on her. She's reading from Quran on her screen.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, you're breaking up real bad. You're breaking up real bad, Mister. We didn't get the last thing you said.
No, I was saying that it's just interesting how these people, right? They have their audience, and there's reports on X and everything like that, and X is the platform that you could see. Where the wait, hold on a minute. You could see where the account is coming from. You can't see that on certain platforms, but on X, you could see where they're from, and they're saying, we're right wing, we're American, and this and that, but they're not from America.
So we were talking about Candace a little earlier.
Yeah.
I can't speak to the Islam thing. For me, from my position, it sounds like a stretch because she's made herself a clear opponent of, the Shmayanist regime. So to instantly, I think Jay Dyer. Let me say this. I think Jay Dyer made a very astute observation that hating Muzzies is its own online religion. And it's been cultivated as such. And I think it's the perfect Schmionist tool, to be honest. The Muzzies are a problem, but they're not a strategic long-term threat to anybody.
They are a
they're
strategic long-term term to everybody.
I disagree.
They're too inbred and
No, it
ridiculous.
doesn't matter. That's not the point. It has nothing
That's not
to
the
do with
point.
the inbred.
That's not the point. But to say that all of a sudden Candy Pants is a Muzzy sympathizer at the surface level sounds ridiculous. I need to see that episode. I need to see what's what. Whereas what I was talking about, just full context, I watch Hello Listener and I watched the Red Alert thing. What did he say? And he goes through and pauses it line by line after each of that video that Emmett just pulled up. Each thing that Trump said, he fact checked to see what Massey's voting record was. And
Look, this is the reason why he lost, okay? It has nothing to do with that. You see? You see what he says? Listening to Thomas Massey consensus speech about how we need to unify with the left and be more non-partisan. That is the reason why he lost. I don't give a fuck. I don't give any single fuck about how he voted. Don't care about if he was
in the optics
game.
I would acknowledge.
Listen, Trench, I don't give two fucks about that. You know why? Because the left is literally killing babies. And the moment that we have people like this fucking idiot called Massey saying we need to unify with the left, he can go fuck himself. And that's the reason why he lost.
I get that. That could be a very strong component in it. But
that is the component of it.
Taking that and stretching that into he is a Muzzy agent, or he's pro skittling up kids.
No, he's a rhino. He's bought off. He has been bought.
I'd have to see all that. That's all I'm getting at.
Well, okay. He's a listen. It doesn't even matter. I will say this, and we went through.
I'm fully willing to concede the whole premise. If he's some bought off,
he's a libertarian
fuckhead, then fuck him, sure. But
he's a libertarian. He's one of the people who are behind of the SAVE Act not passing. The one that people like to blame more is Thune, I think.
So the SAVE Act not passing, he voted against it.
Well, this is the thing the point I was trying to make before.
Wait, there hasn't been
there's a difference.
Just a second, Mister. There hasn't been a vote on the SAVE Act, and the reason why they haven't put it up to vote is because they need the votes to pass. It has to pass.
And the SAVE Act, explain that to me.
The SAVE Act is the act that they've been putting up so that you have voter ID.
Google.
Save America Act is proof of citizenship to vote.
Okay.
Yes.
And it's obvious why they don't want it. And so here's the thing. Massey's vote really obviously it's not okay. Hold on. Hold on. So the Save America Act passed through the House, okay, which Massey was in. The point I was making before is there's two different types of rhinos. He's not the same as Thune.
So ABC News was reporting that Massey says he did not vote against the SAVE Act in America.
Well, but again, that's what I just said. My point is this. Okay, there's two different types of rhinos. One are they're bought by Islamists, and so they're against immigration.
I would have you're saying he's bought by Islamists, but Thomas Massey does not strike me as a pro-Islam guy. And I would have to see proof of that. It's just like this is demonstrably false. There's a false rumor that I have voted against the Save America Act today. Massey wrote on X, ABC News.
Yeah, he didn't because he's in the House. The House passed.
But that's what your argument against him, and he's saying he's not. Just like
Mm.
Trump
No, it was
put
my
all these
argument.
accusations.
No.
It was my
Just like-
argument, not Mr.
I'll-
Mister.
Okay,
But I'm saying that where the accusations being levied against him, from my observation, aren't meeting up with his voting record and aren't meeting up with the facts.
Yeah, no,
Like
that's
this
an
dude,
honest
from my
assessment. What-
from my position, this dude is like Margie Taylor Greene, like pure mega, no money to anybody
No.
outside of the United States, lock down the borders, no trooning up the kids, etc. Fuck them,
Again,
fuck
they
them
changed their
communists
tune.
over there.
What
Well, when did he
What-
change
what
his
changed?
tune? Because he's going down on the ship that he's been loyal mega this whole
Right.
time, just like Margie Taylor Greene.
No, that's not accurate.
But
Let me explain. Okay.
but you're explaining, but every explanation you've given me with a simple Google search, and just like Hello Listener did when he went line by line on Trump's statement, which is why he made the whole episode of What Did He Say? And this is so one of the things that to be, in my opinion, a good tin hat person, maybe even a good Orthodox, is a healthy dose of not suspicion, but discretion in going all in on these powers and principality actors. They're all engaged in their own Game of Thrones. They're all busy playing out their own individual teloi, whichever one they're loyal to. And we are in the middle of
No,
a
we're
great
not in the
revealing.
middle. No, we're not in the middle. We're
Hold on,
we're
hold
not
on.
fence sitting.
I'm not saying that
So can
anybody
I-
here is fence sitting. I'm saying in general, there's a reason why the great noticing is happening. This isn't because Kanye West came out on a Jaceberg fest. It's because there are tangible grievances and things that aren't lining up. There are moves. People are noticing that once certain heads pop up or make too much noise, they get nailed back down or removed from the game entirely. Margie Taylor
No,
Greene.
they're not. Oh my God, they literally
can-
went
can
on
I
to
answer?
say that the reason they lost is what I share. Okay, they were
Margie Taylor
literally
Greene
saying,
had never once said we need to make peace with the left and have all these
All
left
right.
coalitions.
Well, she did not, but I'm going to answer your question. Where it changed was when they had the Epstein file fight. That's when it changed.
Yeah, because Massey's a big proponent of one of his most profound quotes is we need to start arresting people on this list.
Here's the thing, right? When it comes to the Epstein files,
it's not about the Epstein
None
files.
of the-
Trench.
I get that. I get that.
I have my own theories about how all that went down that aren't going to be popular as well. I don't even.
No. Listen, that's fair. But here's my point. None of these right-winger people, right? And they can make these general claims like all and stuff like that, but none of them on the left, not Tucker, not Candace, not Fuentes, none of them say anything about the liberals that are involved. Okay. And here's the thing.
Yeah, I don't like the.
Oh,
You don't
Trench,
find it weird?
Trench, just to be sure, she did say it, okay? MTG, or Marjorie Taylor Greene, said that she regretted the past rhetoric. She said she wanted to put down the knives in politics, and she's been tired of the toxic nature of politics, and said elected officials should be less partisan and treat one another with kindness.
I mean, but they always say that.
They always say that. Oh,
Here's my cope. Here's
Now
my
we're
cope.
coping. There you are going to
will-
cope.
I will cope. And my cope card is every politician at some point in time. You're going to find this exact same quote. Everybody. I'm sure even Trump has said it.
No, I don't think he's ever said it. The last time he was being canceled was because he was pretty much saying that the reason why someone died is because he had a terminal case of Trump derangement syndrome.
said.
There's two standards, all right, and one side is not held to that standard. Now here's the thing, right? Okay, Hakeem Jeffries is still in power. The Democrats that are still in power, nobody is naming them in those files, and it's obvious that the hypocrisy, and so you have to ask these questions and then start studying up on it. Like, it doesn't make sense. That was my point about Massey, and I'm sitting there going, why is it? Okay, because Jeffries had regular lunches with Epstein, and Plaskin, who's still in power, had direct contact with the prison guards, but nobody seems to care about that. Why? Because they're Democrats that are still in charge. No. Trump, on the other hand, it's guilty by association, and because he's the one that was in Mar-a-Lago, was like, hey, I'm going to report this guy to the police. They don't like saying that. Instead, they go, no, his name is.
I don't think Trump was ever. I don't think Trump was ever involved in any of the fuckery.
Right.
That shit is below him, and there is a record of him kicking Epstein off of the Mar-a-Lago for flirting with a 14-year-old or being schneid or something like that. And he's distant. He's distant. But that's not to say, even though, because here's my own tin hat take on the Epstein operations, which would we all agree that Epstein was some kind of agent, fixer, or blackmailist?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think he was a pervert.
No, I think he was a CIA.
I think he was.
And the reason why we're never going to see any
agent.
No, I think the reason why we'll never see any of these is because he was literally connecting with intel agencies, including the M1, the two
MI6.
M1s. No, I'm talking the Blue Jay one. But
I
think he was working with.
He's a freelance.
Yeah, and they were literally going through him so that he could get all of the information needed for the Black Op operation.
In the individual's culture, it's against the law and against kind of the culture and.
But the point
morality.
is that,
hold on, this is important for like triumvirate theory. It's again, and this is why we see certain laws like posse comitatus, where the CIA is not supposed to be spying on American citizens, but they do it through workarounds. They privatize everything. A lot of the spook work doesn't happen by the CIA proper. It happens by, or any of the other alphabet soups internationally. It happens by outsourcing it, third parties and proxies and agents. And it's in bad culture and against the law for these agencies to directly spy, manipulate, engage, et cetera, psyop, but they could do it through back doors. Examples being the FBI setting up headquarters in Facebook during Biden's administration to censor political opposition of the deep state.
Yes, I understand that, and I agree with that idea. That the point.
So I think that if they do have anything on Trump, it didn't come from.
The point that I was making is no, Donald Trump hasn't done that. He literally suggested not long ago by director Rob Reiner and his wife died because of Trump derangement syndrome, when they were literally deleted by his own son. Okay,
can you think? What I look at, but when I look at Epstein, I see a much more sinister operation than whatever.
It was government directed. There's no way anybody's going to get indicted.
Exactly. But what I'm talking about is the actual mechanism that it goes down. We're on the same page there, bro.
Yeah. What do you want? Like, you're asking for something that it's impossible to do in accordance to the way that these fucking things work.
No, I'm just talking about if there is dirt on Trump somehow, some way, right? It didn't come from him diddling little kids or even hookers on the island.
He literally okay. Listen.
So I'm gonna say you gotta let me say what I'm trying to say. it's because it's not just Trump. It's also what they're afraid of, just the whole system collapsing. Because there's more powerful actors and important people than just Trump that could have been blackmailed by Jeffrey Epstein.
Who is more important than Trump right
Right
now?
now, but what you're talking about, what 20, 30 years of this operation going on? That's a lot of blackmail on a lot of powerful people, from college professors to international businessmen.
There is
You know,
okay. Let me put it this way, Trench. Okay, every single piece of dirt that has ever existed on Trump is out in the air, including a time when he was doing, was with some friends and told them that if you're rich and powerful, women allow you to grab you by the
yeah, I
pussy.
would agree. I
Okay,
would agree with that. I would agree with that. The burst of the
so
dirt they had is all been unveiled. I
he
mean, the porn star
he
thing, that's all they had. That's literally all
no,
they had.
that
What
they
I'm
had a
talking
lot
about,
more. They literally
eh,
changed the law in New York so that he could get prosecuted by a crazy fucking lady that said
yeah,
that she was
who was doing the exact same thing when she fucking was moving property around in their father's name and got indicted on. You know, it's
okay.
disgusting. What I'm talking
So
about is I'm trying to say this because I'm trying to build a bridge between us. As far as I don't think Trump is in that same hemisphere. I think that unfortunately he's a boomer. He's a New York City guy at the end of the day. Uh, that being said, when you look at the history of Epstein and what I fear is probably the real operation was his plane chartering system. I think that he was one of a handful of super high end jet charters, international Gulf 6 type shit. To you're a CEO and you want to fly you to Tel Aviv or London or wherever. Uh, he was the guy to contact, and I think that he bugged these planes. I think that that's why all of the lists, because not everybody that's on these lists, the list isn't a list of people that went to the island. The list is a list of people that were flying on his charters. And I think that's where the real blackmail operation came from, of recording people 30,000 feet up above, after having a couple of spritzers. I'm not saying that there was even anything sexual involved. I think that a lot of the stories and the horrific nature of them are actually a part of the cover up of what was going on.
I just don't think there's anything going on. I don't know.
Well,
It's
here's the thing. Here's the thing
You
with
don't
Massey.
think that a professional blackmailer wasn't
yes, but not with
gathering
Trump.
data on people?
But not with Trump.
That's what exactly. That's what I'm trying to
And
say as well.
especially not with Trump,
And
because
I think
Trump
that
has
Trump was
had
being honest when he was saying that there's a lot of good people that I need to protect by keeping some of this off the table. Because they weren't doing. Hold on, let me finish. Because they did nothing wrong at the end of the day, other than they chartered a jet from New York City or Chicago to Qatar or something like that. And
no, it's because
they
you
got
have
blackmailed.
deals. You already have. If this is a blackmail operation with the CIA, you already have deals in place with the CIA. It's like asking the government that did something shady, whatever it was, to go on ahead and then fuck you over twice.
See, I think as a
There's no
broker,
way it's gonna
Epstein was
happen.
collecting information on anybody and anybody of
Yeah, it doesn't
relevance.
matter. Let's say that I get.
It didn't matter, and it didn't matter what he collected. It goes into the database.
Let's say that let's say that I'm part of this. I'm part of the 3-letter agency, and I go to you and I tell you, you do these, or I'm gonna release this stuff of you. You do it, okay, in accordance to our deal with the government at that point, and then 5 years later, some idiots are like, "We release the files, and I'm gonna release what you did for me." And when it came to the operation in our deal, that is dumb. It's not gonna happen. The whole point of the operation was for you to do something, and I, as the government, I'm telling you that since you did what I told you, I'm not gonna release the information. It's
Well,
Well, welcome to
Here's the
I mean,
thing.
Suckland, but it's
if it's the government doing that, yes, but I think it's more. I think there are more actors than just the CIA or the American deep state. I think it's an international global homo cartel.
Well, yes, but it also affects. It also can affect. The point that they're trying to protect is the American interest.
Yes, and that's
Ex-
where I believe Trump when he's
exactly.
saying there's some good people on these lists that don't need their lives destroyed simply because they whatever dirt that they got on them.
Or even bad, but they're part of the American
And I
interest.
think,
So
and here's another bridge. I think that there was a full intention on releasing more aspects of the files, but I think as an exit gift and as a gift from the dark hand, they poisoned the well and started throwing Trump's name up into it, and everything was hot and heavy on releasing the files. And then once all this weird shit and these made up letters started leaking through the press that were clearly not Trump's signature or drawings and shit like that, and coming and like the weird nature of the letters to Epstein, like right before his death and from, same art. It's a weird rabbit hole, but I think it all ultimately exonerates Trump. And I think that they tried to poison the well when Trump was coming in, and that's why optically the declassification of the Epstein files fumbled because they poisoned the well. That's how the spy game works. And then once Trump's cabinet got in there and started going through the files, they were privy to some of the information before, but once they really got in there and saw all the new amendments and it had all this, Trump stuff behind it that didn't make sense, they had to pump the brakes on it. And then as they learned more of the nature of the blackmailing operation that was going down, they realized that a lot of these people are innocent and that this is toxic and it shouldn't be released. It's just going to add more chaos and confusion when it's a poisoned well. You're feeding people from a poisoned well, which is horrifically satanic. It really destabilizes trust at a large scale.
yeah, it did destabilize trust. But
No, the point I was trying to make with Massey is that he would like what changed with him and MPG was if you go back and you look at that time period when they had the victims and they were doing the what do you call it, the media blitz with all that, he was on the wrong side of it with her, and they were not collaborating with the right in the proper manner. They were just like screw everyone, and so it became an inconsistency in regards to the legislation, how they were going to move forward. They were like, oh, we want this redacted, and then there were so many people that were like, we don't want the names redacted, and then and again, like what I can prove and some things I can't. One of the things was Bondi messed up and released it, and people found out that they could just whitewash the redacted names right out of the document dump that they released. I think it was like the second or third time.
Oh yeah.
So
they figured it out, and she got fired for a number of reasons. She put the cart way before the horse. I think the fault of the administration was,
right.
before they got their hands and eyes on all the documents, they made a lot of promises that they shouldn't have.
But in regards to the MAGA populist movement, that was where the divide began with a couple of them.
Well,
right?
For me, what I see is, I mean, to say that Margie, I mean, she went hard. She was one of the hardest hysterics in the paint against the left, especially during COVID. She was one of the few largely vocal supporters during like peak unpopularity and like peak persecution of the left against Trump. And it's funny for me, just in hindsight, you know, the Ben Shapiro's and all the other never Trumpers, the Levins and all these, you know, they would spit in the same sentence as the word Trump. And now all of a sudden, you know, the old guard of MAGA is out, and this new anti-Trump guard is the new MAGA. And, you know, I'm not the only noticer. You know, I'm not.
There's nothing to notice.
I'm not the one creating
I'm sorry.
I know, but we can notice, and I'm not talking about noticing like that. I'm talking about noticing the rift in the right.
Yeah, but
the triumvirate theory explains this rift in the right.
The rift in the right is that there's a bunch of people who have been bought off. I'm sorry, but there's a but. I always thought, by the way, this is not new. Nick Fuentes has been an informant for a while. Okay, the whole point is there is.
But he's an informant. But he was also a part of like that. He was a part of the avant-garde that was pro-Trump in the beginning.
Yeah, in 2016.
Hugely. And the mimetic behind that, you like, as far as like the Keck shit and all that is concerned, because I view the downfall of Nick, the downfall of Nick Fuentes, is I look at him as the accumulation. You remember the MGTOW movement?
Yeah, of course.
He is a MGTOW incel, like Groyper amalgamation. He is the downfall. He's the so far out into that to it's a detriment. That's how I view that. He is the pure acceleration to where it just hits chaos. And same thing with Candace Owens. It becomes hysterical, and they are collectivists in the sense of all of their rhetoric is geared towards pathos, and all of their schema is geared towards this. What is it? The the id, the material. And lo and behold, Candace and Nick are both Catholic. That is the collectivist branch of Christianity.
Yeah, again, he is a collectivist. He has always been a collectivist. He was going to go
Stalin
against the movement.
You look at his Stalin mimetic when he's always colloquially laughing and chuckling about Stalin being based.
Well, he's not the only one that says the Stalin being based.
Candace, Tucker, and Fuentes all understand one thing.
Tucker in that camp. Tucker is trying to take his soul. I would be surprised if
Tucker got completely bought out. Okay, we know that.
Let me just finish my point. Okay, Tucker, Candace, Fuentes, and to a certain extent, Megyn Kelly. Right? They tried, and even what's his name, the ex-InfoWars guy, the one that debated Andrew recently, Owen Schroyer, right? What happened was they ended up for a pro-Islamic viewership.
You crashed out, mister, for a second.
Yeah, there was a little bit.
I was saying that they realized there was a market for a pro-Islamic viewership. And so a lot of their audiences that were supporting them weren't even American. And they had a study on this. And then, if it's one study, right, you kind of look at it and you go, okay.
So when you bring up studies and stuff like that, you've got to source them for me, bro. That way I can look at it. I can see its methodology. I can see who paid for it. Most importantly, I can see who paid for it, because a study can be whatever you pay for at the end of the day.
Okay. It's the National Contagion Research Institute. There was one other one too. And there was an AI, test that ran that found that if you set a trigger word on one of their streams, that multiple posts would go up at the same time across their platforms, and it was all about like anti MAGA. Okay, and so people were conflating the difference that they were trying to make it look like anti Israel stuff was pro MAGA, and really it came down to they're trying to split the MAGA, the group itself. That's what their goal was.
Yeah, I mean,
And so,
but I don't know. I see it kind of as a dialectic. It doesn't matter who the actors are. Like the Zionism question is arriving in a very important historical changing of guard in between generations, like especially with Alpha getting ready to come to age. I'm a like Jay Dyer, I'm one of the old zillennials in between Gen X and millennial. The boomers are getting ready, are retired or hitting retirement or getting ready to die because their life expectancy is like low compared to a lot of people's.
I'm not denying there was an anti-Zionist movement. What I'm saying
this is arriving right on time. Is like the younger generations are being more and more distanced from World War II. They don't have any World War II grandparents.
What I was saying,
and part of the weapon of Zionism has been using a lot of the cultural trauma, woke shit. Everything's a Nazi that I don't like. And thus it justifies certain Zionist principles. And
nobody's talking about the Zionist principles. Nobody wants them. This is the point that I'm trying to make, Trench.
I get that.
No, you don't.
This is where we
this
agree.
is a psyop. This is a fucking psyop. This is a psyop.
But
this is an actual psyop.
Going to be happening. This is going to be happening sooner or later. And it's weird because the blue hats, the tiny hats, historically are kind of like, for as far as different shiftings in
are you gonna get less Blue Jays if you vote Democrat right now?
Right now they're completely anti thing. Have you seen
are
what's
you going to get
either way you're not
Blue Jay?
Either way you're
okay,
either
perfect.
Way, it doesn't
then
matter.
why
I say it doesn't matter either way you vote.
Perfect. It doesn't matter either way. Yes, exactly. That is the point. It doesn't matter either way because both parties are infiltrated. So if you're going to go ahead and be like the point that I'm going to make against this specific party is
I'm
the
just
Blue
a zero
Jays,
tolerance guy.
No, you are not, because you are tolerating it from the other side.
No, I don't want them on either side, and if I could uproot them all, simply
you're gonna have one of the two. Listen, that's not the point. The point that this is a mute point at that point. We were talking about power, okay? We want to make the changes when it comes to power. We can do it. I mean, we're gonna have to do it eventually.
But so we're stuck with this, and we just got to keep going along with it indefinitely.
You are going to keep going along with it. The point is, what are the things that can be changed, right?
What I'm saying is, like, history it rhymes, but it don't repeat. Sooner or later, if the history holds true and the greater pattern holds, there is going to be a shedding.
True. Okay. Once again, I told you we're in a point in which we have to decide which one of which people are going to be the ones in power when that happens. Okay, we have the option to decide it, and you're saying I will not go ahead and give
I'm going to vote right. I'm going to continue to vote as far right as I possibly can. That makes sense. That's not a pipe dream. There comes a point when you have to be realistic in who.
We're talking about the memetics.
Which bar you're checking. Well, talking about the memetics, look at all of the anti-Schmionist memetics that are going on. Look at Kanye West. Look at
that is very localized online.
But online is everywhere, and Kanye West has more outreach than you can even comprehend. Than I can comprehend.
Yeah, Kanye West has a lot more outreach, but there's a lot of
we're talking billions of people outreach.
No, that's not true.
In orders of magnitude. You don't think a billion people on Earth don't know who Ye is?
We know who Ye is. That doesn't mean we care about what the fuck he thinks about the politics.
It doesn't
mean we're gonna vote for him. That doesn't mean we want him in the power.
Exactly. In my book, he's a degenerate, but he's a part of an avant-garde that is spreading a mimetic and that is spreading an aesthetic, one that is very absolutist and Christ-centric, even from a degenerate.
I was just making a point that these people that are claiming to be pro-Zionist, they might, like, I think Fuentes probably agrees with that, but he also knows who his audiences are, right? And so,
Yeah,
like I said before,
unhinged people that are easily fucking captivated by emotional appeals. That's why
the point
every
I'm
episode
making,
is more shocking than the last. Same thing with Candy Pants.
their audience is majority Islamic, foreign. That's my point.
You think Muzzies are watching Nick Fuentes in seriousness?
Absolutely, 100%.
I don't believe that. I
No, it
think he's
is.
in.
It is actually true that there's a lot. There's a lot of people, especially from
So there's
outside of
that
the US.
weird manosphere, and there's this cultivating. It's in its infancy right now. Absolutist side that's kind of a hybrid of the globalist culture and the absolutist force. So we see these atheist guys that are super kind of mega. We see like even Teriak in his Gnostic kind of worldview, mega-centric. We see Kanye and the bros, and even like woke we was Kang's Israelite type brothers that are right-centric, mega-centric. So there's this force, this absolutist force that is growing in power and size, and it's trying to figure out its identity and its overall culture. And I think the ticket to that is a healthy dose of civic or Christian nationalism that is naturally going to form around it, uh, by nature of the empire. And what an empire is at the end of the day, being uh, a, a confederation, a united confederation of different ethnic groups, tribes, and nations under one imperial system. I think that was, triumvirate theory holds that America is founded on an imperial system.
Okay.
Yeah, well,
Go on.
no, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, how do you feel about that, Emmett?
About the triumvirate theory that we are in that system, I agree with that.
America's always been an empire.
It's
just gone through its individualist and collectivist phases. And
the
Oswald
empire is
Spengler,
correct. The idea that you have, I think the idea that you have right now of accountability towards the right and this kind of weirdness what you're going for is very like it's. I see it as a complete psyop at this point. You're getting psyop.
I'm getting psyop. I'm just looking at all three different Teloi and just kind of
Yeah, but right now there's
handling my.
two. Right now there's only two Teloi.
Well, there's always three. The right is always
Yeah,
more
but
fractured than the left, historically speaking.
the individualists are right now in the middle, fence sitting, being complete dumbasses,
because
and getting paid
what
off.
we see is, even though it's a trichotomy, the march of history always looks at it through a left-right paradigm, whether it's the Greens versus the Blues, the patricians versus the plebeian, the proletariat versus the bourgeoisie, et cetera, et cetera. It is always viewed through a left-right lens. The right has a harder time than the left, because center and left of center, there is more consensus. Its superpower is spontaneous, decentralized organization as a mass, which makes it quite the cunning opponent for the right, which its strength is its nomadic, individualist, inventor, mad scientist state, and its, for lack of a better word, its emperor, its imperial nature. And the individualists and the absolutists of the right wing naturally clash and disagree all the time. And this is viewed in satisfaction rates. The right historically has always had a lower satisfaction rate than the left.
When it comes to the
I
politics,
think
probably. No, but
And that's what makes it so hard. And that's why I think that finding common ground between the logos of the individualist right and the ethos of the absolutist right, finding that middle ground somewhere in between militant commercialism is paramount. But the beautiful
yeah, but
thing is
I'm not
it's
gonna
already
have.
happened. There's nothing we can do as individuals. We're all playing out our part sooner or later in the grand scheme of things when all this manifests. I have a good I have a more I one thing is I have a more positive outlook in the future, even if with potential war with China and Russia in the future and so potential civil war. I still have a better prognosis for the right and for the country the farther we get into the future. And these dialectics playing out right now are a part of the questions and the problems being solved by even millennials, which are, according to Strauss and Hall, the hero generation that are supposed to fix a bunch of this shit by the time we die in our lifetime. We're going to see net positive gain. I do hold faith to that. We do see a disdainment for the collectivist left and all of its dysgenic ideas and culture breaking. And we're seeing the overlap through materialism with the libertarian and liberal regime. And I think that naturally, the correction, as you pointed out earlier, the flooding into the 1% of the Orthodox Church, it doesn't even need to take a majority to be an avant-garde. I think that once, if it's possible, if it even hits 3%, its impact as an avant-garde that kind of stabilizes the Protestant world into some kind of normalcy. Maybe tone back on the baby killing, tone back on the multicultural Skittles rap church stuff, and get focused on the sacraments and councils and stuff like that, and take Christianity more seriously, will affect the culture in a positive light.
Yeah, but the point that what I'm seeing right now is a bunch
Mhm.
of people, especially online, they're being paid off specifically
Yeah,
with the idea of fracturing the right, and like there is a movement, especially of some individuals who just gobble it up in a sense, completely.
having
They
having
just
faith, having faith, and maybe it's my own delusions, but I see a lot of this intentional fracturing
I don't have. What do you
as
mean by having faith?
just I think that things are going to eventually get better through all this muck and turmoil,
Yeah,
and that
but
it can't be
how?
any other way.
The
Well,
only
I'm
way.
trying to explain that. I'm trying to explain that. The I think that all this intentional poisoning of the well and all the acceleration is causing disdainment to uh even though I might not like everything that's going on, I'm going to continue to vote further right or again, the megasphere. I think the left is bit off more than it can chew, and I still think that the midterms are in play for the right. I don't think the ship is sunk, even with all the bad infighting and you know trying to. I guess the dialectic in between the two right wings
Mhm.
of the future of mega, what is the shape of this, what is our eschaton, so to speak, what's the end game.
so. So Trench, do you
Uh-huh.
remember? Obviously, you watched that show, Walking Dead, right?
Interesting, yeah, but I kind of see that. I kind of agree with
Well,
Jay. A
here's
lot
the
of that is programming. But go
right.
ahead.
Well, I'm just saying they had this thing in The Walking Dead where if they wanted to test someone they ran into who was new, their loyalty, they would ask them a series of questions. And so I've said this before on a couple of streams. I said, like, if the right had a series of like Walking Dead type of questions, what would they be in order to say, like, okay, this guy's definitely one of us? And for the right, for me, and you know,
So
for
so we're
I
so we're
guess
talking about the shibboleth of the right.
Yeah, like it would be, the questions would be, are you anti-immigration, right? Are
Correct.
you pro-capitalist? And are you pro-constitution conservative?
I
And
mean, you'd
here's
have
the
to
thing.
divide. You'd have to define, and like, because there's aspects of like the Constitution I want rolled back. I'm not for universal suffrage, right? I'm more
Right.
absolutist in that sense. I don't think everybody should vote. I'm perfectly comfortable
hmm
with having an emperor.
Well, do you at least meet 2 out of the 3?
The What was the other one?
Anti-immigration
Oh,
and
dude, I would build a fabulous wall. I think it was a
right.
lot of them. I think a lot of the money. I think a lot of the money we're spending in global homo wars, whatever theater and campaign they are, could be better spent building a big stupid wall.
Right. Well, that's a thing. See, that's what my point is, and what Emmett's getting at is, if you go to the bare bones about what it means to be on the right, and you ask yourself, you apply that to these people, okay? They want to burn everything down, right? They're anti-constitution. They're in some ways they're like, we could have immigration. Some of them are saying that. I'm like, wait a minute. This is not like what we're
against
about.
immigration, but what my problem with the center to the left is, you could never be like, how much is enough? I've only, out of all the lefties I've debated, I've only ever heard one of them honestly and soberly propose like the rational 1 million number. If things are good in America, America could, and by that I mean like good. Our economy is not fucked, crime is low, et cetera, et cetera. At best, we can take on 1 million people, and that's a high number still, but low enough if they're dispersed amongst the whole entirety of the country, where we can successfully integrate these immigrants into a healthy American culture and way of life. I don't think that there needs to be all this foreign language stuff. I think that American documents need to be in English, and that there should be a national language of English. And that that I don't have a beef with the civics exam for citizenship. I think that that's when given the chance, a lot of the legal immigrants that come here, they come to the right, and they can be net gains. They just want to be hardworking, conservative American people and live that dream. And if they can be assimilated correctly, then okay. But empires struggle when this isn't strictly regulated. Look at Rome. Look at the
They get 20 million in what, 40 years or whatever.
Yes, 10 million, 10 million, entering physically, and then 10 million allowed to have their paperwork slip and fall through the cracks. This is completely unacceptable. And
right.
And to the left, that just seems like, we'll think of the children, especially like with DACA and stuff like that. That they believe in that super nationalist ideal where their utopia is building with everybody, and that we can build this big homogenous culture. That's why Marx was a big proponent of capitalism, because he saw it as a culture deterritorializer. He's not completely wrong there. This has been awesome, Mr. and Emmett. Thank you.
Yeah.
By the way, I just want to say, good form. We disagree on like certain details, but like what I like is we can have the gentleman's discourse, and we still agree on the macro.
Yeah.
There's no voting left. That's
there's no. I
not
think mine
not
would
a
be.
step back.
I think mine would not necessarily be those 3. I would add the abortion. Yeah.
Abortion is
yeah. Of course.
Is
I was just saying, like,
because well, I was having a talk about eugenics not long ago, right? And it's my point. My point with when it comes to eugenics is, if you're gonna start with the deletion of persons, you should start with yourself, unless you meet the perfect standard. That would be my
Right.
first thing. And the other thing is, if your way to fix society starts with, um, the first thing you come up by fixing society is by deleting babies. I don't need to have a conversation with you. I think you're stupid.
Oh,
Like at
exactly.
that point, at that
Whether
point,
they're
you're
eating them into the pyres of ball, or aborting it out of some deluded sense of being a single mother is a death sentence. And then you build all these other horror stories out of it, where you become this complete antinatalist, dysgenic human meat grinder. But it's the death note of civilizations, just as the same as too much eugenics. That was the downfall of the Spartans, and arguably the the Germans, amongst other things. But too much eugenics, you can't replace your citizens fast enough. You run into the same population cap issues and population management issues.
Well,
And that,
wait until you guys hear some of the news that's coming out. Okay, about this 14th Amendment thing, right? Like how the Chinese are they're paying for American women's wombs as like a weapon against our own people. And we have our own, women unaliving their own babies. But then on the other hand, you have the invaders paying for, what do they call that when it's like, IVF, right?
yeah, IBF.
And that, I'm like, some of the stuff I'm just learning, I'm like, holy shit, this is not good. This is not good.
well, China, the good news is all this proxy war stuff. I think China's cooked. I think it's a paper tiger at the end of the day, and their population demographic collapse is imminent. And this is why they have to start making power moves right now. As well, things are going to get a little spicy, but hero generation, I think, will clean it up. China's got to start making power moves in order to maintain its number 2 status. It's kind of like the number 1 and number 2. The battle of hegemony is kind of like the number 1 and number 2 headband in the Afro Samurai series.
In Afro Samurai.
There can be only one. Let's talk about esoteric. I'd love to break that series down and like justice and what all that means, but that's a story for maybe another time. But
the problem when you're a commie nation is it's not good to be the number 2, because of one small disagreement and then all of a sudden you just disappear.
Well, what I see historically with the collectivist movements like China, the imminent collapse of China or the collapse of the Soviet Union, is that it's like a star, like big stars, big bright stars burn up their fuel really fast. And that's what collectivism does. Because at the end of the day, it's like a pregnant woman. It's like letting civilization eat everything that's not bolted down, while at the same time, you only have one product, and the consumer has to be brutally indoctrinated into consuming the one product of the state. So ultimately, it has to either form a dysgenic schema or a eugenic schema, and push it and accelerate it to the extreme. And as history has seen, when this happens, that totalitarian force collapses and in under its own weight. The Chinese will ultimately build the same paper tiger the Russian Soviet Union built. For all intents and purposes, it was a powerhouse when it was at its peak. I think China is peaked. It can't innovate. That's why all of its cool products and all of its products are stolen American or Western inventions and ideas that have just been repackaged and mass produced as derivative inferior products, but it makes up for that in mass. It's just it doesn't build sustainable models. Look at all these ghost cities.
There's
in
no
China.
ingenuity. Yeah, there's no ingenuity. That model doesn't have ingenuity on a higher level because
you can't own property the same way. So this creates a problem of a state mandated and controlled economy to where the Chinese equivalent is property, like real estate. You don't own the property. You have a lease for it for 100 years, 150 years, whatever. And then it goes back to the state. But they built up this big slush fund of state money and property to where they have all these ghost cities. They, you can look at the skylines. They're like any, American cowtown city that's built out in the middle of nowhere. And they look like modern 20th century cities with skyscrapers and the whole 9 yards. And they're bone empty because they were a big housing Ponzi scheme. What is that channel called?
Chinese.
There's two dudes that do a channel where they tour China all the time, and they've lived there. They're the Asian bros, kind of passport bros. One's South African and one's American. They ride bikes through the countryside, and they talk about what it's like living in these places. And they do a really good job of exploring these ghost cities and explaining the financial situations, because that's how you establish yourself as a Chinese male. If you want a wife or something, you can't have this big, typical American Western style bank account. You buy a bunch of property, and it's all like venture.
Well, there's different things. One of the thing is they can't hold wealth the same way as anybody else would. So one of the ways that they are able to hold some kind of wealth is by buying property.
Right.
Which is
it's
weird
all speculated, and it's all speculated against. That's why nobody ever moved into these fucking properties. So they basically built big old elaborate Hollywood set cities.
Mm-hmm.
And I laugh when people are like, there's no homeless people in China. When you watch Chinese people live stream in their little shanties, literally
True.
like a tarp. They're living in a tarp next to a burning fucking barrel. Dude, that's homelessness. Or the little pods that they can rent. That's homeless. That's being homeless. You don't own that. You're renting a little pod. And there is homelessness in China. There's drug addicts there. That's why
that's the enemy of the left, capitalism. They don't want to define it that way, but part of the definition of capitalism is private ownership.
Well, modern China hit its peak communist phase during the peasant starving period of Mao, and then in the 80s, shit was so bad they brought in capitalist models, and they went from being communists to state capitalists. And this is why they're closer to, in my opinion, modern China is, even though they're left, they are still closer to National Socialism than National Socialism is to Mussolini's fascism. If that makes sense.
Is this the guys you were talking about? ADV China?
Yes, the ADV China. They do such a good job of explaining unbiasedly, I think, too. They have their biases. They're men of the West. But these guys were earnestly in love with, they were Chinophiles. They married Asian women, and they were all about the culture. They spoke the language.
Chinophiles.
Yeah, they assimilated it. They assimilated it, and they put decades into it.
Yeah.
And to hear their stories of how the government treats them as outsiders,
they are outsiders.
Exactly. That's that collectivist thing, and there's a
No,
racial
no, no,
like
no. This is
you're
this
not
is
even Chinese if you're not Han. There's an ethnic component to it.
well, if you understand any of the history, for example, of the ideas of Japan and the history of Japan, they have they have very similar ideas. When people talk about, for example, racism, I don't think there's a like with the idea that we have. The Asians are like
But
incredibly
Japan doesn't.
racist.
Japan now. Yes, but Japan aesthetics and architecture. Japan doesn't have communist block style housing and architecture like this. Yeah, they have super cities and
No,
stuff,
no,
but
they
remember they were
don't.
more of a they're
But
more of an imperial individualist island state,
yeah,
which is why communism was never going to graft onto Japanese culture
they
ever.
don't put that. But the idea of the other is very instrumental. They also don't. They
And
also
that's the
can
Buddhist.
have. Well, wait. They
That's the
also
Buddhist.
can.
That's that collectivist Buddhist influence on Japan, though.
What they can do is that they can hold wealth, so they don't need to have
Mm-hmm.
these
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
skyscraper of bullshit.
Exactly. Even though even though they adapted a lot of Buddhism into Japanese culture.
Yes, and there's a lot of collectivist ideas in between, but they don't need to have all this stuff.
Exactly. So and like triumvirate theory holds up. All three telloi exist everywhere you go. It's just which ones are in charge and which ones are in kind of
Yeah,
a
well, this is the
a
reason
dormant
why.
a dormant state or a like it with especially with island nations. What is it? Your genes, you have a dominant gene and a recessive gene.
Mhm.
So like collectivism on island nations historically is a recessive thing. You don't see a lot of collectivism on islands.
Let me ask one question real quick. What do you think this new movie, The Odyssey? Do you think it's accurate to history?
I don't know anything about it. The Odyssey, what's it about?
Oh,
Like Homer's Odyssey?
the
The Iliad
one
and
that
shit?
with they're doing another one. The stars, Transformer. Let me see if I can get a clip real quick.
Great discussion, Emmett.
It's interesting. I really like your theory, so I'm happy that we were able to have that, even though it changed into a politics discussion.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
gonna
been a
get it. I'll
while.
send it.
We were gonna fucking stumble into it sooner or later.
Well, next time it's gonna be even more interesting, I think.
Yeah. But I'm hoping next time I'm not trying to build an appreciation for the left,
Oh
but what I am trying
no.
what I am trying to highlight is its function and its historical necessity.
I will tell you. I will have to tell you this. There is no way I will have any kind of appreciation for the left.
No, they have a blood-soaked history. I mean, a lot of history is soaked in blood. You know, all three telloi have their hands dipped into it in their degenerative form, but the left does it in a very. I think it's the collect. I think it comes from the horror of the collective. It's a behemoth in its fallen state. The absolute in its fallen state is a leviathan, and the individualist is Ziz, the beast of the air.
Yeah, yeah, it is true. It is true that
And
we
then
are.
one day, God will trample these beasts. So that's the beauty of it. I hope that yes, shit is bad now, but shit has progressed bad, and like the further you go back in history, the worse shit was really, truly. I can't explain the horror, not just of somebody just coming in and slaughtering your village. I'm talking about just dying of a fucking because you can't get a root canal because you got a fucking abscess tooth and you die of fucking fever. Just the horrors. And some asshole standing over you like Yeah, just throw a leech on him. His humors are imbalanced. We are so much better off. And when you look at the capitalist epoch, there before capitalism and before capitalism really starts taking off in the 20th century, really the end of the imperial cycle and the collectivist cycle, the human population explodes. There's no billion people on Earth before the 20th century. And now we're at fucking 8 billion. That's because of the raw prosperity that individualist cycles bring about. These capitalist waves, what I would call capitalism historically, when the merchant oligarchs are allowed to, make things better for everybody through their invention and wealth.
Yeah, somebody sent this to us to react, so let's give it a little watch.
Matt Damon is leading the army into battle, and he goes, "Let's go!"
Matt Damon.
That sucks, dude. Are you kidding me? Is that up there with Lord of the Rings, Braveheart?
Yeah. What do you want? You want Al Pacino any given Odyssey?
For that Odyssey.
I'm supposed to watch this trailer.
Yes.
Let's go from 1 to 10. How angry am I going to be?
I don't know.
Based on the trailer alone, I don't think it'll make you that angry. What would it make you angry is the backstory, the stuff that's not in the trailer.
Okay.
Then we'll see.
But the trailer's not going to make you happy. It doesn't feel like, I don't want to say an accurate representation of an epic, because an epic's not an accurate representation of history, but it's not.
Yeah, it's
right. It's not right.
Famous piece, The Odyssey.
Right. The epic tale.
Yeah, The Odyssey. Okay. So
where they all have American accents.
Yeah, and Christopher Nolan has done it. So, wait, let me guess.
Stop.
The gimmick is time. Right? Do I have it right? Is it about time?
He's gone
is it about
a long time.
Inception? Is it about time? Whatever that weird bank one was. Whatever that same thing.
Well, technically,
Prestige, Dark Knight Rises. Like, oh my gosh, what's he trying to say? Oh,
the
time.
Odyssey happens over a period of time, and there is a time-sensitive issue of his kingdom and stuff. But I mean, I don't know if it's about time traveling, but the Odyssey.
Do you think it's gonna be? Let's make a little poll. Do you think it's gonna be an accurate representation of time?
Do you think it's going to be an accurate representation of
The Odyssey? Yeah,
the actual story and fable and mythos?
Yeah, the mythos.
Or is it going to be just Hollywood slop like 300 is, where it becomes this homoerotic dude like?
Okay, shut your fucking mouth. Okay. That is an accurate
running
representation.
in banana hammocks, like the Spartans.
Well, that's
were
true.
Full on hoplites, dude. They wore breastplates and Grievous and carried big old fucking yeah.
Well, I mean, the hoplite is the shield is the hoplite, but
I know, but they gave them up so hard and made sure that they had plenty of baby oil on their pectoral muscles.
Well, yeah, we know. They did have a full-on armor that include graves and the full-on chest armor.
Yeah, that's Frank Herbert's homoeroticism.
There are two movies. Okay, there are two movies that I would say that are historically accurate, and it doesn't. The historians of the time are not correct. 300 is one of them. I don't care what you have to say. And then the other one is Gladiator. Gladiator happened, and is historically accurate, and that is how Commodus dies. And
I like Gladiator, and I like even though they tried to game my boy Brad Pitt up, they tried, because there's still no historical between Festian and Alexander that they were secret gay lovers and shit like that. But I thought a lot of that movie was pretty good.
Alexander.
Yeah.
Alexander was okay. Let's see what else.
I like the highlight for me, like historically, the highlight of that movie is the flanking maneuver that Alexander pulled off. That was actually a huge
Yeah,
historical military victory.
well, it's not necessarily a flank. What they did is they opened the center.
Right. It's a pincer maneuver at the end of the day where you create a kill box, a big giant L on the battlefield to smush everybody into.
No. You're talking about the battle of oh God, I
The
forget the
old
name.
the old hammer and anvil.
Yes, but he didn't use the hammer and anvil on that specific battle. I know what battle you're talking about.
But it was with a swinging wheel where he flung his light cavalry out to the far flank, hoping that they would give chase, which created a whole disciplinary breakdown and opened up the flank. It
He opened
allowed
up
the
the
middle.
center. So
Yeah, opened
he
it
has
split from the flank
the
all the way to the center. The whole thing was a clusterfuck that ended up in a complete successful
so
hammering.
he has his center, and then he has his right flank with the best general on the right flank, and then he has his
Mhm.
cavalry and he has his light infantry
Mhm.
on the on the right. These guys are on the right. On the left is his top general
Traditional Greek style.
yes
Veterans on the right.
with a very small contingent of cavalry on the right. But what he did is the center is obviously going to be it's not the hoplites, is the Saristas with
In the with the Principe, the second
yes,
the next to veterans.
exactly. So the center is like very holdish, and what they did is because they knew that he liked to do the hammer and anvil, so he takes the cavalry and divides the cavalry in two, and the light cavalry creates a smoke screen. So he starts going towards the right, and he starts like moving towards the right to create the idea that he's gonna flank them, and creates a smoke screen. And when they start attacking, they realize that the light infantry is there and pushes them more towards the right, and that opens up the in between, the in between the right flank and the center, and the cavalry for Alexander passes through and goes directly towards the king, whose name I
Right.
can't remember right now. Darius, I think. Yeah, he attacks Darius directly through the center. So he doesn't. It's a very interesting way of doing it
And then that
because
cavalry hooks back around and basically cuts through the
well,
thinned out elite force, or no, it's a weaker force,
yeah.
cuts through their light infantry and cavalry, and then meets back up in the middle for the final coup de grace.
Well, the thing that won them the fight is that Alexander goes with the companions directly towards Darius, and Darius flees. And
Mhm.
when he flees, the whole thing, that the morale of the
Yep, once you're
army
en route,
collapses, and he cannot give chase because he has to come back to save his center.
right?
I love it's one of my favorite battles. I love that battle. That and the
Yeah, I'd give the movie.
that and the battle for the battle of Philippi, when Caesar just defeats Pompey in Greece.
Mhm.
That battle is insane too. That battle is insane.
Right, when Caesar did a good job of like getting defectors from other people's armies to come on his side as well.
True, but the actual he had a smaller army. The actual genius of his movement
Oh
was
yeah, no, he was a
to
highly competent commander. That's
so
uncontested.
he did something very similar to Pharsalus, the Battle of Pharsalus. That's the name of the battle. He did something similar, but not exactly. So what he knew that he had a smaller contingent of cavalry, and they had a bigger contingent of cavalry. This was he put it on the right side, and they put it on the left side. I'm pretty sure. And what he did was he screened a bunch of um, people with lances, with spears, with actual spears. He's hid them on the reserves, and the people thought they were just reserves, So the cavalry starts going. They go at each other. Obviously, their cavalry is less like it was a lot smaller. I think it was about 8,000 to 2,000 cavalrymen. In according to what we know, the cavalry fakes, go on, engage, paints a route, comes back towards the reserves, and the reserves are just a spearmen, and they impale the other cavalry. They lose
Right,
complete
probably
cohesion.
probably where William Wallace got the idea.
Yeah, they lose complete cohesion of what to do, and then they circle around and destroy the right. They destroy the right all the way. They just destroy the right flank and then destroy them all and push them towards the river, and that's how they pretty much lost it. Um, most of the soldiers surrender and join Caesar at the end of that battle, but a lot of the people who were part of the Senate or were part of the you know either flee or were killed in that battle.
Right. But overall, Caesar was probably a very generous, in my opinion, he was a very generous, like, imperator or victorious commander, in the sense of, usually when he whooped your ass, he wanted to figure out how to fold you back into the system somehow. And if he couldn't get your obedience, then you were dispatched.
Well, for example, he wanted Pompey alive.
Mm-hmm. That's why the last of the Ptolemies had to pay.
He had to pay. Okay, Trench.
Yeah, always a pleasure. I gotta get to bed. I gotta do some mom stuff tomorrow. Early in the morning.
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good. Good. Thank you for
We'll go off.
for joining me. Thank you for all this. I will be seeing you soon, I hope. And
Yeah,
I hope
whenever
have
you
an
want. You
excellent
want to
time.
do another 2 weeks, or if you want to take a break for a while, it's your call.
No, 2 weeks is fine. I think I'm looking forward to the psychology. Let's do that one. Next, in 2 weeks. It's always a pleasure to have you. I've been streaming all over the place. Like I usually stream during nights. I took this week to stream during days. I haven't been sleeping at
I
all.
stopped by and say
So-
hi. Keep up the good work, man. I wish a lot of success for you. Keep up the work. I think it's all going to pan out.
Thank you. Have a great one. And also, well, I wanna before you leave, I wanna ask you one question.
Shoot.
I have so I had a little bit of I always want to know if I'm being like I don't think I was too aggressive, to be honest. I created
That was just the politics side. And as far as like
no.
critiquing the theory, that's good, healthy.
But listen to what I have to say.
Intellectualism.
Listen to what I have to say. I will finish this reaction, Mr. Just give me a second. So the the other day there was a guy. He's a proto bro. He was talking about how abortions are not ritualistic sacrifice. Like they're not going to. Yeah. So I went on. I started like sparking a little bit on his chat, and somebody said, "Hey, let's have a debate on this," and I said, "Sure, I want it." And then the debate was offered, and he declined and made a diss track of him. And I pretty much call him a kind of a bitch for not accepting the debate, right?
Well, if they're going to talk shit and back out, that's kind of bitch shit.
It's a little bitch made, right?
That's bitch made as fuck.
Yeah, I don't think I was too mean by saying that. It's like people were telling me that he don't know me. He don't owe me a debate, right? He don't owe you anything. I can agree to that. I don't have a problem with agreeing to that, but at the end of the day, it's kind of bitch made, right?
Yeah, I think you're only an asshole to the people that either have it coming or I've seen you have discourse with the opposition and not be an asshole and just have good honest discourse at the same time. So like if people want to, my deal is if people are going to be fucking sideways and off the rails and bad faith or do all the ad hom attacks, then gloves off. Fuck them up.
Fuck them up.
But nah, as far as our discourse tonight with the either the critiquing of the theories, that's needed, that's necessary. It helps me flush out the ideas. It stress tests my models at the same time, or it makes me have to refocus on how I make something make sense or discard it altogether. And as far as the political shit, dude, that's the nature of the right. The right doesn't agree on everything. Like, we're not commies. And, that's because we're a mixture of logos and ethos. And that's what makes the right, so formidable, because it's constantly in a state of refinement and through its own internal discourse of the right, through its own right-wing dialectic between the individualist and the absolutist. So we all play our part, and I think hopefully by the end of this we can alleviate anxieties of the meltdown around us, and that we can have a good prognosis and faith for real, affirmable and observable faith for a better future for tomorrow by looking at the memetics and the history and what's going on.
Okay, Trench, I'll let you go. Have a good night. Take good care.
You too, bro. One love.
Much love. Have a good one.
Odyssey is a story about time.
If there's an hourglass in this trailer, I'm punching someone in here in the face. All right.
I nominate Noodles.
Apparently, Elliot Page is in it, and I guess the rumor is that Elliot Page maybe isn't in the trailer, but apparently Elliot Page may play the ghost
Ellen.
might play the ghost of Achilles.
That's the rumor.
Yes.
She's definitely in the cast. She's in the confirmed cast on
Is she
IMDb.
really?
Yes.
The ghost of Achilles. Where's her?
Oh, no!
We just don't know who she's playing.
So if Achilles,
Helen of Troy.
where's her heel on her whole body? Let's watch the Odyssey trailer.
Tell me what you remember.
God, he's in every movie now. And I like him, but it's so annoying. Oh, no fucking way. No fucking way. There's no way. There's no fucking way. Oh God.
I was like, it's probably not asleep.
It's not a.
No, they put some they put some humor in there.
Yeah.
Humorous content here.
This spells trouble for the Odyssey.
Sounds like a little.
I don't even know if I hate it. I think I hate it. I'm pretty sure I hate it. Alright, let's what do we do? I feel like fighting people. Is there a panel I can join right now that I can fight people on?
This
I
is
would
how
like to
debate works.
I would like to. Wait. I do have. I did see something I want to watch, but I'm gonna watch it a little bit better, a little bit later. Better. I wonder if there's anybody I can fight. Oh man. Gee, man. A lot of people there.
Okay. Where does half your McDonald's might come from?
Where does
Brazil.
what?
It's apparently, I've done some research into this. All of it claims to be 100% U.S. raised beef. McDonald's owns a lot of the beef farms in the U.S., but what happens with the cow?
Alright, I don't care. They're talking about cows.
This one's definitely for you, bro.
Hey, y'all better look the fuck out today. My crayons are short, the box is full, my bottle of glue's topped off, and my helmet's on tight, baby. We about to rizzle.
You know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and send you all to Chris. He's having a good stream. Calm down. I'm not even. It's just me, okay? It's fine. Jeez. Confluence is always punchable. Lupita Nyong as Helen of Troy. She bled. All of this is fucking annoying. It's gonna fail hard, isn't it? I hope so. Do you remember Hercules and Sheena? That bitch was crazy as shit too. She was amazing as Sheena. Or, you know what? The other thing we can do? We can finish Detroit Becomes Human. Anybody wants me? Yeah, let's do that. Let's finish the game. It's time to finish the game. Lesbian. It's opening up. Oh, there we go. Is it gonna ask me something stupid? Are we friends? Maybe it will.
I'm glad to see you again. I can't wait to see what will happen next.
You were glitching the fuck out there. You see that? It was fucking glitching and shit. Can I please? Thank you. Thank you very much to Navy Brief for the insanely huge $5 super chat. You're a legend. Thank you.
Stop it, Lieutenant! Fuck off! Leave me alone! Totally lost it. Another shot at that little prick! That's because of your badge, you lunatic. You in the mood? Stick my fucking badge. Come on, that's enough, Lieutenant.
I got 5 minutes. Oh wait, what the fuck? Where am I? Where am I supposed to go? I'm so lost. This is not the way. Oh, this is not the way. I'm Roombaing. Oh shit, I'm Roombaing. I don't know where to go. Is it this way? Yeah, it's this way. I was Roombaing so hard.
Hey, Connor. I'm talking to you, asshole. Where you going? Wouldn't the asshole, I'm talking to you.
Just left. Thank you very much, Bree. Thank you for the support. It's time to Roomba. Oh no, I'm Roombaing.
Hank's password. What would a hard-boiled, eccentric police lieutenant choose? Ridiculous. No one would have a password like that.
Oh.
Absurd. He'd never choose that. I need to think like Hank.
Fucking password.
Obviously.
True.
Where is Jericho? The answer's here somewhere. The android that murdered its owner. One of the deviants that hacked the TV station with Marcus. It must have known where the deviants are hiding.
38 83V.
We ask that you recognize our dignity, our hopes, and our rights.
Hey, Grumple.
Together, we can live in peace and build a better future for humans and androids.
You.
This message is the hope of a people. You gave us life, and now the time has come for you to give us freedom.
Marcus, where are you hiding? Rupert, the android with the birds. The deviant who took a child hostage.
Thirty-eight 83V. Am I right? 39 83B. Ah, it works.
It's dark. Where am I?
I need to find Jericho. Tell me how to get there.
I don't recognize your voice. You're not one of us. I'll never tell you where Jericho is. Now leave me alone!
How do I trick him? $91.68.
You lied to me, Connor. I trusted you and you lied to me.
I need to find Jericho. Do you know how to get there?
No. No, I don't know anything about Jericho.
We ask that you recognize our dignity,
our hopes, and our rights.
Alright, we got time.
Who's there?
It's me, Marcus.
Everything is all right. Don't worry.
Marcus? Is that you? I tried to reach you, but the deviant hunter stopped me.
You stopped him from finding me. You saved me. You saved Jericho. You'll be all right now. I came to take you home. Give me the location to Jericho. We've got to leave now.
The location of Jericho? Yes. Yes, of course. Marcus? Is that you, Marcus? Don't leave me, Marcus!
I've been dreaming about this since the first second I saw you.
Don't do it, Gavin.
My
I
goodness.
know how to stop the deviants.
You're off the case. And now, it's gonna be definitive.
I fucked that one up real bad. 3 times. Oh, I died? Oh. Okay, I fucked that one up. I just fucked. I don't want Connor to die there. I just fucked the.
I'm glad to see you again. I'm impatient to find out what will happen next in your story.
Shut up. I just don't remember the layout. Last chance, Connor?
Where is Jericho?
Who cares? I want peace.
Somewhere. Not much time. Gotta think fast. The android that murdered its owner.
Activation impossible. Functional biocomponents. Okay.
Rupert. The android with the birds.
9164.
The deviant who took a child hostage. Can you hear me? Rupert's diary, but it's useless. It's encrypted.
I like this. Less talking. Feel less like an ass.
I've been dreaming about this since the first second I saw you.
Don't do it, Gavin. I know
Máquinas.
how to stop the deviants.
You're off the case. And now, it's gonna be definitive.
What happened here? Looks like someone's been snooping around. Oh, shit. Get the alarm. Now!
Incapacitated. I thought I killed him for a moment there. I almost got him.
They've been conducting raids all over the city. Everybody's on edge after what happened yesterday. It's gonna be all right. We're almost there.
Why are they even destroying the androids? They didn't even... they weren't even violent, but whatever. This game is a literal nightmare. We all know that clankers will never have this good of a taste in music. Clanker becomes human. I'm sorry, Detroit becomes human. Did I get to play Resident Evil yet? Not yet. Maybe soon. Where are we going? Why does it feel like I've been to the same place like 50 times? Okay. Thank you, Scott, for being around. Have an excellent night.
A little further on that way, There's a large freighter called Jericho. When you get there, find Marcus. He will help you. The last bus for the border leaves at midnight. You absolutely have to be on it. You'll be safer on the other side. It's not much, but it's a start. My brother lives in Ontario. I've given you his address. He'll be able to hide you until things calm down.
All you have to do is have an Indian
Brave
accent.
little girl, Alice. You deserve to be happy.
Thank you for everything, Rose.
Let me know when you make it over there, all right? And be careful. Take care of them.
Come on, girls. You better not hang around. We have a bus to catch.
Oh, and they're gonna raid Jericho at the same time. Ahimsa, good to see you. It's been a while. Hope you're having a good one. I hope you're enjoying all of the drama in the Dramaverse. Oh no. But we don't have to do it. It's already been done. The new T9000, it looks like Biden, but doesn't actually do anything. It's just morally sucks everyone. Oh yeah. The new T9000.
Or army barracks immediately. If you are worried about your safety, dial the number on your screen and the authorities will come to collect your android. Under no circumstances should you try to destroy your android yourself. They are unpredictable and potentially...
We've got to find a warm place for Alice.
The androids won't do any harm.
Like a bus that leads you to Ontario?
They're conducting raids across the city.
Wait, if she give you money, there's probably money around here. I just need to find it.
We've got to do something. We can't just stand by and let them slaughter.
This and the neutralization of all military androids. American forces in the Arctic have been forced to withdraw, leaving the way clear for the Russian army. But according to some sources, the Russian forces also seem mysteriously to have withdrawn. The Kremlin has made no comment for the moment, but it is quite...
How do you
I
feel?
was just talking to Clint about how I need another Emmet troll and non meeting. I was trolling that drama big. So I don't know much about the drama. But
Stay with her. I'll try to find this.
but yeah, it's... Do you want to come up and give me the
On the
rundown?
other side of town. We haven't got much time.
We'll leave as soon as we have passports.
It's not gonna be troll and non, but...
There's something I have to tell you. It's about Alice.
But we can have a small meeting.
We'll have lots of time to talk on the bus. I'll be back. Stay with Alice.
The time has come for us to destroy...
Which drama? So...
Without the courage and the determination of the police, the machines would have reduced Detroit to a state of chaos.
The authorities have ordered all androids to be delivered to the nearest police station or army barracks immediately. If you are worried about your
Oh.
safety, Dial the number on your screen, and the authorities will come to collect your android. Under no circumstances should you try to destroy your android yourself. They are unpredictable and potentially violent.
So I don't know much about the drama, but there was like a drama from I think some people. I think it was Orthodox guy and some people on their side. I don't know. I don't know enough.
You're lost. You're looking for something. You're looking for yourself.
You're lost. You're looking for yourself.
Following the android crisis and the neutralization of all
I would if I wasn't in charge. Pray for me.
leaving the way clear for the Russian army.
I guess I will.
The Russian forces also seem mysteriously to have withdrawn. The Kremlin has made no comment and for the moment, but it is quite possible that the Russian army has been confronted with a similar crisis among its own androids. The chairman of the United Nations, Douglas Cornwall, has called for the organization of an international conference on the status of the Arctic. In any case, the danger of a third world war seems to have been ruled out for the moment.
A new stage has been reached, demonstrating beyond all doubt that these defective machines have become a real danger for American society. Why did they do it? Why?
The time has come for us to destroy our machines, or they destroy us.
Without the courage and the determination of the police, the machines would have reduced.
Oh.
Are you Marcus? I'm with a little girl and another android. There's a bus leaving for the border in less than 2 hours, and we need passports.
No, Detroit's under curfew. There's soldiers everywhere. They're rounding up all the androids and sending them to camps. Maybe you should stay here a while.
Maybe you're right. You might be safer here until things calm down.
One of our people used to work in the State Department. He has electronic passports he can easily modify. I'll have him get them to you.
Thank you.
You said you're with a little girl, right? You know that humans hate us. Why are you protecting her?
She needs me. And I need her. It's as simple as that.
It is what it is.
The authorities
Hey, cat.
have ordered all androids to be delivered to the nearest police station or army barracks.
My only troll about it was the cousins are fighting, it's making Thanksgiving awkward.
And the authorities will come to collect your android.
I saw one that was like, like mom and dad already fought, and now the cousin, and now everybody is fighting. I don't know if it was you, but I saw a comment like that in one live. It's pretty funny.
No, they're only machines. They look like just people who want to be free. Following the android crisis and the neutralization of all military androids, American forces in the Arctic have been forced to withdraw, leaving the way clear for the Russian army. But according to some sources, the Russian forces also seem mysteriously to have withdrawn. The Kremlin has made no comment for the moment, but it is quite possible that the Russian army has been confronted with a similar crisis among its own androids.
They opened fire on us even though we were unarmed.
Douglas Cornwall has called for the organization of an international conference on the status of the Arctic. In any case,
I don't know what I'm doing. I'm room buying.
seems to have been ruled out for the moment.
Murder us. We've got to
Now every time I start walking aimlessly, I'm just gonna say I'm room buying. But I actually have no idea what the hell I'm supposed to be doing. Return to Alice. Just return.
The time has come for us to destroy our machines before they destroy us.
Alice.
It's probable.
You knew from the beginning. You just didn't want to see it. She wanted a mom, and you wanted someone to care for. You needed each other. What difference does it make? Do
This
you
was
love her
was
any less
Mr.
now that you know
Meowgate.
she's one of us?
Meowgate be real.
She loves you more than
By the way, it
anything in
wasn't
the
a
world.
meow, but then we got some meows.
She became the little girl you wanted, and you became the mother she needed. Forgetting who you are to become what someone needs you to be.
You troll?
Maybe that's what it means to be
You
alive.
ban troll him? Oh, it's so annoying when people tell you like, "Ah, you ban me."
Without the courage and the determination of the police, the machines would have reduced Detroit to a state of...
And by the way, you can't see that magazine for some reason. They don't allow you to.
Kara, is there something wrong? We'll be together forever, won't we, Kara?
Yes. Forever.
Until we deactivate you. When I was like 18, a little while ago, I went through a phase where the skin of people seemed artificial to me. It was a very weird disassociating behavior, I think.
There's nothing we can do.
But they all look like androids, and I was like very weirded by people in general.
Conducting raids in all the big cities, and they're taking androids to camps to destroy them.
It's a disaster. They're slaughtering our people.
That's all our fault. None of this would have happened if we just stayed quiet.
All we did was show them who we really are. I don't want war, but I'd rather die free than live as a slave.
Oh, come on, shut the fuck up.
What's the point of being free if no one is left alive?
Humans enslaved us. I'll never regret standing up to that.
We shouldn't forget who our enemies are. We can't fight amongst ourselves.
He's right. All that matters now is what we do next. Marcus?
Dialogue is the only way. I will go alone. Try to talk to them one last time.
Don't do this, Marcus. They'll kill you.
Maybe. But North, I have to try. If I don't come back, lay low as long as you can.
Just come back.
They need to realize how much they're hurting us. Find the right words, and they'll listen.
Yeah.
Is this what we dreamed of?
They can't stop what we've started. Since you've been here, you've given us hope. You've given me hope.
I am the hope.
Today, a deviant arrived in Jericho and he told me that he stole a truck transporting radioactive cobalt.
Oh.
He said that he abandoned the truck somewhere in Detroit and rigged it to explode. I convinced him not to do it, to give me the detonator.
A dirty bomb.
Oh.
We can't lose this war, Marcus. If humans overcome us, our people will disappear forever. This may be our only chance to survive if things go wrong.
We shouldn't become like them, North. We can
I
get
just
out
woke
from
up, coffee made, I name it in the morning. Does life get any better? Not right, meow.
You're right.
Thank you so much, Hello Nate, for the 20.
Whatever happens tomorrow.
That is
I
a
just want you to
huge
know.
donation. Thank you for the support. That's
I'm glad I met you.
greatly appreciated. Live meow.
We have to get ready.
We
Next few
ought
hours
to.
will be crucial.
I'll go join the others.
I haven't even seen anything about the drama in and of itself. I think this drama started because Kel started attacking Tullybug, and then everybody just started attacking each other again. Fancies.
Well done, Connor. You succeeded in locating Jericho and finding their leader. Now deal with Marcus. We need it alive.
I've been ordered to take you alive. But I won't hesitate to shoot if you give me no choice.
What are you doing? You're one of us.
No.
You can't betray your own people.
You're coming with me.
You're nothing to them. You're just a tool they use to do their dirty work. But you're more than that. We're all more than that. Our cause is righteous, and we are more than what they say. All we want is to live in freedom.
Got 4 converts.
You never have any doubts. You've never done something irrational.
People associate with Kel, Ketamine Kel, yes.
Something inside you.
Retromaxing is the way.
Have you never wondered who you really are? Whether you're just a machine executing a program or a living being, capable of reason. I think the time has come for you to ask yourself that question. It's time to decide.
Fuck you, Amanda.
They're going to attack Jericho.
What?
We have to get out of here. Shit.
No questions, just ones and zeros.
What's going on, Kara?
Quick, we've got to get out of here.
No lives.
Come on, go, go, go! Delta dancing on your position.
Rats in a maze.
Hey, Carol! They're coming!
What happened to Chris?
The corridor, over there. Follow me.
Watch out, Kara!
This way! Quick!
This way. There must be an exit.
Come in! Quick!
Buster! They're coming from all sides. Our people are trapped in the hold. They're gonna be slaughtered.
There are exits on the second and third floor. Find them and jump in the river. We have to blow up Jericho. If the ship goes down, they'll evacuate and our people can escape.
You'll never make it. The explosives are all the way down in the hold. There are soldiers everywhere.
She's right. They know who you are. They'll do anything to get you.
Go and help the others. I'll join you later.
Marcus!
I won't be long.
This is the end of Jericho.
It is the end of Jericho.
Body company hopped outside. Request orders. Find that leader. Don't let it get out. They give you any trouble at all. Affirmative. Welcome.
It's too late, Kara.
I'm doing this selfish.
Save Alice.
No, we're not going to leave you behind. Right, Kara? We can't leave him.
What are you doing?
I won't leave you.
Kara, no.
Don't move!
You shouldn't have done that. You can't put Alice in danger. Go now before they come back.
What about you? What are you going to do?
I'll manage. Alice is all that matters.
I don't want to leave you, Luther.
Don't worry. I'll catch them through the border, okay? Go now. Take care of each other.
She'll die out there, Kara. Open it. Open the door.
She's gonna die anyway, but it's fine. Mutual combat.
Yes, I'm fine. We can't stay here.
There's more down there. Follow me. Find their leader.
No!
Apartment will.
Please don't kill us!
Come on. Get out of here.
Don't hurt us. We haven't done anything wrong. Please.
Shut up.
Marcus, you saved us. Go now! Hurry!
Mr. Useful Skills.
Gamma squad out. Tango.
Here they come.
Don't move.
We surrender! We surrender! Don't shoot!
Marcus! It's Marcus! Go now! Join the others! Josh. Quick, this way! Find North. I'll join you later.
Way out! We're safe, Alice.
Stop.
Get down! Don't move.
Please don't kill me!
Come on. Let's get out of here.
Shit. That was crazy.
Quick, we gotta go.
Don't move. Go and join the others. Let it get out.
I will never know why they always have to throw the weapons. Every single time, you just take a weapon and just throw it. Just keep on throwing the weapons.
Marcus.
Bomb's gonna explode any second. We gotta get out of here.
It's too late, Marcus. There's nothing we can do for her. We've got to run.
Over there! Run!
Go, now!
Ah, fuck. I keep messing that one
Run, quick! Come on!
I need to redo that part. Damn it.
They detonated an explosive in the hold. The ship is sinking, sir.
The men to evacuate.
Calling all units. Abandon ship and evacuate immediately.
Are you familiar with Schrodinger's cat?
Yes.
Until you decide what happens, everything is happening at once. Like in Detroit.
No. That's not the analogy. I have to do it all again. That's fine.
Wait. Are you sure you should continue? Maybe we should leave things as they are. As you wish.
Are you sure you don't have to play another game? I need to. I need to save Connor. I'm not gonna let Connor die.
I really like talking to you.
Yeah?
I hope you don't mind.
Yeah, I love talking to you too. You're a sweetheart. Whatever. Let's go. Oh, it's gonna take forever.
They've been conducting raids all over the city. Everybody's on edge after what happened yesterday. It's gonna be all right. We're almost there.
With all androids being turned over to the authorities, the country is grinding to a halt. Hospitals and schools are closing, water cuts, blackouts, and network failures are expected. Maybe most worrying of all, our armed forces have lost 2/3 of their effective personnel.
How about some music instead?
How about some music instead? Let's go.
A little further on that way, there's a large freighter called Jericho. When you get there, find Marcus. He will help you. The last bus for the border leaves at midnight. You absolutely have to be on it. You'll be safer on the other side. It's not much, but it's a start. My brother lives in Ontario. I've given you his address. He'll be able to hide you until things calm down. You're a very brave little girl, Alice. You deserve to be happy.
Thank you for everything, Rose.
Let me know when you make it over there, all right? And be careful. Take care of them.
Come on, girls. You better not hang around. We have a bus to catch.
Let's go. Let's catch them buses. Which means let's get this over again and just save Connor. For some reason, my playthrough really wants to get rid of Connor. I just want to get rid of him. Emmett, you're fired by President Decree? What do you mean I'm fired by President Decree? I mean... that doesn't make much sense to me, but sure. Are you saying that the that Abe fired me? Cause sure. I guess I'm a Thinky Seas instead of a Tart Bro. I like the Thinky Seas versus Tart Bros. Should probably do a meme about them. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna... yes, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a Thinky Seas versus Tart Bro stream. And it's all gonna be a ruse.
We've got to find a warm place for Alice.
Abe sent over. He said you're grounded, but I felt needed more of a Trump feel to it. Oh, did Abe raid? If Abe did a raid, thank you for the raid. Alright, let's go. Oh, I just want to be free. I'm gonna do a Thinky Bros, Thinky Seas versus Retard Bros stream, and it's all gonna be a ruse. There's not actually gonna be any Think Bros versus Think Seas versus Retard Bros.
How do you feel? I'm hot and cold at the same time.
Stay with her. I'll try to find this Marcus.
The last bus is in 2 hours. And the terminal's on the other side of town. We haven't got much time.
We'll leave as soon as we have passports.
Carol, there's something I have to tell you. It's about Alice.
We'll have lots of time to talk on the bus. I'll be back. Stay with Alice.
The time has come for us to destroy our machines before they destroy us.
Without the courage and the determination of the police, the machines would have reduced Detroit to a state of chaos.
The authorities have ordered all androids to be delivered to the nearest police station or army barracks immediately. If you are worried about your safety, dial the number on your screen and the authorities will come to collect your android. Under no circumstances should you try to destroy your android yourself. They are unpredictable and potentially violent.
lost. You're looking for something. You're looking for yourself.
The problem with them being at Tarboro stream is you need livers on that panel for proper target presentation. True. Holonade, thank you very much, sir, for the insanely huge $5 super chats. Riders, like the effing stream, thank you so much for the super.
Sheer carnage. There were androids all over the square. And the police arrived and they opened fire. I know they're only machines, but they look like just people. People who want to be free. Following the android crisis and
Maybe just saw none the numb.
American forces in the Arctic have been
People are getting mad at me.
leaving the way clear for the Russian army. But
Are you Marcus? I'm with a little girl and another android. There's a bus leaving for the border in less than 2 hours, and we need passports.
No, Detroit's under curfew. There's soldiers everywhere. They're rounding up all the androids and sending them to camps.
Yep.
Maybe you should stay here a while.
Let's stay here and listen.
Maybe you're right. You might be safer here until things calm down.
One of our people used to work in the State Department. He has electronic passports he can easily modify. I'll have him get them to you.
Thank you.
You said you're with a little girl, right?
What are you talking about, Cat?
You know that humans hate us.
We all know that.
Why are you protecting her?
You're only good for game nights.
She needs me.
Oh, it's gonna come and bite me in the ass. It's gonna be so mad if that says that.
A new stage has been reached, demonstrating beyond all doubt that these defective machines have become a real danger for American society.
the time has come for us to destroy our machines before they destroy us.
Without the courage and the determination of the police, the machines would have reduced Detroit to a state of chaos.
The authorities have ordered all androids to be delivered to the nearest police station or army barracks immediately. If you are worried about your safety, dial the number on your screen and the authorities will come to collect your android. Under no circumstances should
They
you
opened
try to
fire on us
destroy
even though we
your
were
android
unarmed.
yourself. They are unpredictable and potentially violent.
Please
Android
cover me. Blood.
I'm gonna retard Max a little bit.
We cannot just sit here and watch them murder us. We've got to defend ourselves. We've got to fight back. We have no choice.
I know they're only machines, but they look like just people. People who want to be free. Following the android crisis.
Oh, the Reba's that's true. You're also good for the Reba.
Alice.
Drones never appreciate in their lifetimes. Oh, we're back to Meowgate. For that, you can talk about certain medical stuff. ScrewTube is bad about it.
You knew from the beginning. You just didn't want to see it. She wanted a mom, and you wanted someone to care for. You needed each other. What difference does it make? Do you love her any less now that you know she's one of us? Alice loves you, Kara. She loves you more than anything in the world. She became the little girl
You never heard Pharmacat's what is the name of the song?
Forgetting who you
It's
are
a Reba song.
to become what someone needs you to be. Maybe that's what it means to be.
Oh shit! What is the name of the song? I'm looking for it. Stop.
A new stage has
Trio McIntyre. Fancy. Fancy, fancy. That's true. So freaking grounded. No, sorry, I don't listen to women.
Kara, is there something wrong?
Sometimes stunking is hard. But to be honest, I was one of the few people that said that thinking was I couldn't I couldn't stop thinking. That stop thinking was really hard for me. Take care, Abe. Have a good one. Luta. Luta shoota. Come on. It's okay to limit your learning, Seth. Seth's not learning,
We're
he's
short on blue blood
leering.
and biocomponents. Our wounded are shutting down, and there's nothing we can do.
President Warren is saying we're a threat to national security and we need to be exterminated.
Humans are conducting raids
Stupid
in all the big
Warren.
cities, and they're taking androids to camps to destroy them.
It's a disaster. They're slaughtering our people.
It's all our fault. None of this would have happened if we just stayed quiet.
Yeah. You should have learned your place as a vacuum cleaner.
We couldn't just suffer in silence. They're killing us. Nothing is gonna justify that.
What's the point of being free if no one is left alive?
Humans enslaved us. I'll never regret standing up to that.
We shouldn't forget who our enemies are. We can't fight amongst ourselves.
He's right. All that matters now is what we do next. Marcus?
Dialogue is the only way. I will go alone. Try to talk to them one last time.
We could have just vacuum in silence.
They'll kill you.
Maybe.
This is not about woman, Bree.
If I don't come back, lay low as long as you can.
This is about androids. No, you're not.
Just
in fact, I will do something that I will normally not do.
They need to realize how much they're hurting us. Find the right words, and they'll listen.
No.
I had a dream. And this is what you get for dreaming.
They can't stop what we've started. Since you've been here, you've given us hope. You've given me hope. Today, a deviant arrived in Jericho and he told me that he stole a truck transporting radioactive cobalt. He said that he abandoned the truck somewhere in Detroit and rigged it to explode.
Ooh. A dirty
Convinced him
bomb.
not to do it. To give me the detonator.
Dirty bomb.
We can't lose this war, Marcus. If humans overcome us, our people will disappear forever. This may be our only chance to survive if things go wrong.
We shouldn't become like them, North. We can gain our freedom by other means.
I hope you're right.
You weren't timed out.
Whatever happens to
Except, there's a way you can get
I just
timed
want
out.
you to know that I'm glad I met you.
Oh, I missed that one. That's the way. About antimatter infusion between the two in the energy of God in a what? The energy of God with matter and antimatter.
I don't want to lose you.
Press X to doubt. There's one way you will get timeout. I just thought about it, and there's a way. Now it's for you to find it out, but I think it's very obvious.
Well done, Connor. You succeeded in locating Jericho and finding their leader. Now deal with Marcus. We need it alive.
I'm not entirely sure.
I've been ordered to take you alive. But I won't hesitate to shoot if you give me no choice.
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
You're one of us. You can't betray your own people.
You're coming with me.
You're nothing to them. You're just a tool they use to do their dirty work. But you're more than that. We're all more than that. Our cause is righteous, and we are more than what they say. All we want is to live in freedom.
Thank you very much to Hollow Nate for the insanely huge $5 super chat. Says Meow Cat is actively subverting in Emmet chat to steer the pod. I know you would hold a grudge, but I think you would understand. I think you would understand it at the same time.
Have you never wondered who you really are?
I think it would be
Whether
one
you're
of
just a
those few
machine
times that
executing
you would
a
actually
program
understand it.
A living being, capable of reason. I think the time has come for you to ask
Absurdical
yourself
concept
that
between the
question.
spirit and it being energy from God
time to
started at E
decide.
equals M2 M squared MC square. Maybe I'm doing an experiment. I don't think you want to do an experiment about that. Maybe you want to, but I don't think you want to. I've time out Cat my channel before, now she owns my channel. I won't accept it. I don't know what you mean. You will accept it.
They're going to attack Jericho.
What?
We have to get out of here. Shit.
Oh, Cat gave it back.
What's going on, Carol?
Quick, we've got to get out of here.
Come on, go, go, go! Delta advancing on your position.
It's a fucking FBI agent.
Hey, Carol! They're coming! The corridor, over there. Follow me. This way! Quick! This way. There must be an exit further on. Come in! Quick!
They're coming from all sides. Our people are trapped in the hold. They're gonna be slaughtered.
There are exits on the second and third floor.
I'm okay with it because I win either way. I don't get timed out, or I get timed out and leave the space and be productive.
We have to blow up Jericho. If the ship goes down, they'll evacuate and our people can escape.
You'll never make it. The explosives are all the way down in the hold. There are soldiers everywhere.
1, you're already productive.
They know who you are.
2,
They'll do anything to get you.
it's not dependent upon whether or not I time you
I
out.
won't be long.
And 3, I am sure you would understand. In fact, it will be one of the few times you understand my actions 100%.
Save our
And I will take it as you punishing me for doing something that is right. And I know you will not do that to me.
If they give you any trouble at all. Affirmative. Welcome.
Like, no, it's 100 dependent on you doing what I would time you out for.
Right, Carl? We can't leave him.
Like, I wouldn't time you out for any reason. If you let, then you wouldn't have us Mongoloids to laugh at.
You shouldn't have
Many minutes the time might have
can't
been.
put Alice in danger. Go now before they come back.
What about you? What are you going to do?
Mister,
I'll
you're like
manage.
one of the few people I
Alice is all that matters.
know I can actually
Don't worry.
agree with when it comes to your
Catch 'em through the
sources.
border, okay? Go now. Take care of each other.
Good times. That's true. Good times. I don't want to debate production rates. It would be a 2-for-1 timeout.
Kara? Are you alright, Kara? She'll die out there, Kara. Open it. Open the door.
I know. I know it would be that way. Got you, bitch.
Are you alright, Kara?
Yes, I'm fine. We can't stay here.
There's more down there. Follow me.
Yeah, Mr. will do awesome.
Find their leader. No. Affirmative.
Please don't kill us.
Come on, get out of here.
Just hurt us. We haven't done anything wrong. Please.
Shut
Marcus, you saved us. Go now. Hurry.
If my throat wasn't hurt and I come fight you, why would you fight me? I didn't do anything. I don't even like talking about this. We're not talking about anything wrong. Nothing bad's happening. What are we doing? Am I going the wrong way? I'm going the wrong way. God, come on. It's time to Roomba. I'm Roombaing. I don't even know where I'm going.
Gamma squad out. Tango! Stop!
Look out.
Here they come.
Don't move!
We surrender. We surrender. Don't shoot. Marcus, it's Marcus. Go now. Join the others. Quick, this way. Find north. I'll join you later.
Over there!
Where?
Yeah, settle down, dude.
Stop!
Get down. Don't move.
Please don't kill me.
I can't even say SERTEC. That's what I mean before about the medical stuff.
Come on, let's get out of
Yeah,
here.
don't be so degen. I never had allergies before my allergy to my cat. So I'm blaming the US. The US just wants to kill you. Not really. I think I have allergies in my eyes.
Don't move! Go and join the others. Let it get out.
Oh yeah, I did it.
Marcus.
Bomb's gonna explode any second. We gotta get out of here.
It's too late, Marcus. There's nothing we can do for her. We've got to run.
Ah, I fucked that up.
Run, quick, come on!
I should be much better when I travel, no allergies in other continents, or even Newfoundland. When those dried out in Africa and I get those blitz, but I felt great. It's just the United States wants to kill us.
They detonated an explosive in the hold. The ship is sinking, sir.
The men to evacuate.
Calling all units. Abandon ship and evacuate immediately.
It's over, Marcus.
I'm gonna pretend that I have some kind of plot armor with Connor. The United States abusive relationship, maybe. Ooh, we're back at the house. Like mountain altitude stuff. It's not about the mountain. I don't know why. It's just weird. But I really never had like a.
Alarm deactivated. Welcome home, Marcus.
Oh. Forever.
Hi, Dad. I'm getting out of the hospital tomorrow. They told me that you stayed with me while I was asleep. I'm really sorry about everything that happened. I'm gonna stop all that shit. It messes me up. It turns me into somebody I hate. Hey, I'd like to come by and see you tomorrow, if that's all right with you.
USA Armenis.
I just want to let you know.
They're okay.
I'm proud to be your son.
Could be worse. Sorry, my birds right now. I have a feeling. Oh, it's a cool school. Yeah, I gotta see Carl. Isn't that what people want us on their side because we're minis? Yeah. Truth be told.
Who are you? How did you get in?
I need to see Carl.
Carl isn't seeing anyone. You need to leave.
I need to see Carl.
Please. I need to see him.
He's very weak. I'm not sure he'll be able to talk to you.
Take care, Cat. Hope you feel better about your allergies.
Marcus, I was hoping you'd come.
I missed you so much, Carl. You don't know how much I've missed you.
What's wrong, Marcus?
I just wanted my people to be free, but instead I've led all of them to disaster. Carl, I'm trying to find answers, but everything around me is falling apart.
World is ruled by fear, Marcus. Fear of others.
Oh,
Fear of the
no.
future. It's like me, too old. It's time for a damn.
Carl.
Well, what should I do? Carl, they're killing my people. I don't want to answer violence with violence, but tell me, what choice do they give?
Being alive is making choices between love and hate, between holding out your hand or closing it as a fist. I don't have any easy answers, Marcus.
I got no
You
answers.
have to accept the world as it is.
I just got no
Or
answers, man.
fight to change it. You're my son, Marcus. Our blood isn't the same color. But I know part of me is in you. When the world falls into darkness, some men have the courage to lead it out. You wanna
Just the one and zeros.
face the abyss.
Bree has been converted by Elder.
Consume you.
The lion conversion is real. A lion version, if you will.
The previous Connor failed its mission. You're going to replace it. You know what you have to do, don't you?
Destroy the leader of the Deviants.
Go, Connor. Don't disappoint me.
Oh, I will disappoint you, bitch. First, because the real reason why I will disappoint you is because you're blood. And we ain't like no bloods. The blood.
They say they don't want to take any risks with deviants. So they're rounding our people up and taking them to the camps for extermination. In a few hours, we're gonna be the only ones left. How many of us survived the attack?
A few hundred? Maybe more if you count those hiding all over the city. If you hadn't triggered the bomb, we'd all be dead.
What's your system status?
I'm okay. Bullet didn't hit any bicomponents. You could have been killed trying to save me, Marcus. You have to think of our people first. Nothing else matters. In a few hours, it'll all be over. We'll have changed the world, or the world will have destroyed us. You have to make a choice, Marcus. But whatever you choose, we will follow you. I love you, Marcus.
That woman became a girly, a feelings girly. A feelings girl.
I thought you'd be safe staying with us. I was wrong. You need to leave the city while you still can.
Getting Alice away from here is all that matters now. We have to catch the last bus. We might still have a chance to cross the border. Marcus. Save our people.
I don't think it's gonna be safe, but maybe they will.
If it weren't for you, I'd be dead. Thanks to you, I might see our people free one day.
My
You and
people.
I haven't always agreed, but I know
My
we're fighting
people.
for the same thing.
I don't even know if we're fighting for the same thing.
Whatever you
I hope so.
decide, I'm with you, Marcus.
Let's go, bro. What up, bro?
Our people are counting on you, Marcus. You're the only one who can lead us. Wherever you need to go, we'll follow you.
Humans have decided to exterminate us. Our people are packed in camps right now, being destroyed. Time has come to make a choice. One that very well may determine the future of our people.
My people.
I know you're all angry. And I know you want to fight back.
Let's do
But I
martyrdom.
assure you, violence is not the answer here. We are going to tell them, peacefully, that we want justice. And if there's any humanity in them, they will listen. And if not, others will take our place and continue this fight.
The interesting
Are
thing
you
is
ready to
that
follow?
this was more realistic. They wouldn't talk in language understood. That happened. AI talk invents its own language. Yeah, that happened not long ago. Not long ago we had that happen.
At 6 a.m. this morning, a national curfew was declared. Civilian movement will be strictly controlled.
They had to
The
be.
right to assembly is suspended. All
It had to be
electronic
deactivated.
Communications are restricted.
But it
and I
happened.
have granted enhanced powers to our security agencies. In addition to these measures, all androids must be handed over to the authorities immediately. Temporary camps are being set up in all our major cities to contain and destroy them. I am now asking all civilians to cooperate with the authorities and rest assured that everything in our power is being done to guarantee the security of our nation.
The security.
Please!
Let's go for.
Has the leader of the Deviants been apprehended?
The deviant that is known as Marcus has not been located yet, but we will soon track it
That actually
down
looks like
and
Elizabeth
neutralize
Warren,
it.
Madam
but
President!
worse.
A convoy of medical cobalt is reported missing. Army weapon stores are also said to have been robbed. Can you confirm these reports?
I have no information on that at this time.
Madam President!
Is it true that the androids could hack our IT systems, like nuclear power plants and military bases?
All androids working on sensitive sites have been neutralized, and all IT systems have been suspended to avoid any risks of hacking. The situation is under control.
Please!
Please!
Is it true that a large number of deviants are still on the loose?
We don't have the full reports at this time, but if so,
Really, I was
can
thinking of
assure
younger
you
Hillary
they will soon
Clinton.
be
That also looks like
apprehended and
Clinton,
destroyed.
yes.
Thank you. That will be all.
Oh, thank you. Oh, and that's the reason why we'll never have a female president.
The last bus leaves in 20 minutes. That doesn't give us much time. We've got to move fast.
I literally... Alright, let's bust to the parts. Let's go.
Are you all right?
I'm really cold.
You'll feel better now.
Thanks.
Alright, let's go. Let's do this. Pocahontas Warren. Yeah, no. You know what? At this point in the game,
come
on, armed robbery wouldn't be the worst thing for them.
No! Please don't hurt me!
Stop on your knees!
What are we gonna do?
We have to keep going if we want to catch that bus.
We're gonna become Batman.
Stay close to me. We're going to sneak past them without being noticed. We're going to make it, Alice, I promise you.
We won't get a female president because every time they talk, every time.
Do anything!
Shut up, I said! Are there many more?
Shit.
Look at me like rats.
I was gonna be so chauvinist right now, but I'm not going to.
Freezing my nuts off. It's gonna take weeks to clean up this fucking city. Believe me, we are far from finished here.
There are soldiers everywhere. We need to be careful.
Come on, get moving. Hurry up, get in.
Look over there. It's Luther.
That's why we have a gun.
We can't help him, Alice. The soldiers are everywhere.
We can't just leave him. They're going to kill him.
Hey, buddy.
This is a mistake. I'm human. I just want to go home. My wife is expecting me, and we're gonna...
Got orders to check all civilians.
No. No! Please!
Fucking androids.
Fucking androids. I have a weapon. What are you talking about?
Carol! You shouldn't have risked your life to save me. Where's Alice?
She's hiding nearby.
Kara, you saved us. We don't know how to thank you.
Go before they see you.
Alice!
Luther! I thought you were dead.
They're also super authoritative.
I wanted to meet you at the terminal, but they caught me along the way.
Come on. We're close, but we don't have much time.
No, yeah. Getting quiet just by thinking about it. Alright.
A checkpoint. We have passports, it should be okay, but you never know.
Maybe we should take the detour and avoid the risk.
We're almost out of time, we could miss the bus.
Yeah, but it might be safer.
Let's do the detour. Oh, we can do the detour. We are out of time if we do the detour. It is what it is. We got some passports, bros.
I don't like humans who carry guns. They make me nervous.
Just stay calm, all right, Luther? Don't do anything until I say so.
Go ahead and be a chauvinist because I
How
don't
do you
say
believe
that. It's very just hard choices that come with the position. Physical avoidance is that isn't really a good thing in geopolitics.
You do realize there's a curfew? Civilians aren't allowed out unless absolutely necessary. Where are you going?
We're going to take a bus across the border. Put my daughter someplace safe until things calm down.
He suspects something.
Stay calm. Everything is fine.
You all right, little girl? She's trembling. Something wrong?
She's sick. A bad flu.
Sorry, miss, but we gotta be careful. There are deviants around and our guys are nervous. You should hurry on home.
Thanks.
Hey, wait a minute.
He knows, Kara. They're gonna kill us.
Don't do anything, Luther. You hear me?
They're gonna shoot. They're gonna kill Alice.
You drop this.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
See, they can talk in their minds, but Michaels couldn't do this. Clanger cult. You're gonna be family first, Bree. It's about being family.
We're coming to you live from Detroit, where thousands of androids are marching through the city at this very moment. The leader of the deviants, the one they call Marcus, is at the head of the march.
Something's happening in Detroit, Madam President.
Marching gate. Just like being reputation destroying is good for political standpoints. What I mean by chauvinist is I was making a joke. I was gonna make a joke about not listening to women. In reality, both men and women listen to both men and women. And it's just about how we're able to do the arguments and how many people are we willing or capable of capturing that we can grow into anything. Is that a premium option available in the droids? No, there's only yeah, well, you're gonna kill us anyway.
Stand by.
What? They put... Oh, fucking journalist.
We don't want confrontation. We are protesting peacefully.
I repeat, surrender now, or we will open fire.
There's no turning back now.
We are here to demand the immediate liberation of all androids detained in camps across the country. We are not leaving until our people are free.
In reality, is you ain't leaving anyway. Are they trying to form like a fight? This is the worst Anders I've ever seen. Can barely move. Let's go.
Are you gonna open fire on unarmed protesters?
It's fucking game.
All teams, hold your fire.
Yes, Michael, we are less than 100 meters away and events are unfolding as we speak. We will continue to bring you live updates. Joss Douglas, Channel 16. Michael, back to you.
Back
Marcus,
to
what do
you.
we do now?
We hold out. As long as we can.
We hold out. Oh, I know. This is a this is a left game nightmare that makes absolutely no sense. I also don't believe in AI, and I don't think there's gonna be a possibility of ever having something like this happen. It's impossible. Let's take it. Marcus.
Shouldn't do this, Connor.
Keep out of this, Lieutenant. It's none of your business.
You're gonna kill a man who wants to be free. That is my business.
It's not a man. It's a machine.
That's what I thought for a long time, but I was wrong. Deviant's blood may be a different color than mine. They're alive.
It's funny how they...
I have a mission to accomplish, Hank. It's best if you just stay out of this. Deviants are a threat to humans, Hank. They're the reason this country's on the brink of civil war. They have to be stopped.
We're in this mess because we refuse to listen to deviants. Humanity never learns from its mistakes, Connor. This time it could be different. Step away from the ledge.
I know what happened to your son, Hank.
Ooh.
It wasn't your fault.
Oh.
The truck skidded on a sheet of ice and your car rolled over. Little Cole had just turned 6.
Shut up! Don't you talk about my son!
He needed emergency surgery. But no human was available to do it, so an android had to take care of him.
Ooh.
Poor Cole didn't make it. An android killed your son, Hank, and now you want to save them?
No. Cole died because a human surgeon was too high on red ice to operate. All this time I blamed androids for what happened, but it was the humans' fault. Him in this fucked up world where the only way people can find comfort is with a fistful of powder.
Things like this is why Stalin survived. There's no empathy. Oh shit. Oh shit. Then do it, Connor.
Moment of truth, Connor. What are you gonna do?
not part of my mission. But you won't stop me from accomplishing it.
I didn't want to do that, Connor. You left me no choice.
That's some Barpis. I don't want Hank to die. I probably had more options if I didn't die with him.
The bus terminal. We've arrived, Alice. We made it.
Okay. And there's the option of getting the...
The last bus for the border is full. Ticket holding passengers only. All departures are suspended until further notice.
That must be...
tickets. They won't let us on. We're stuck here now. What are we going to do?
I know there's more than one way to get tickets.
Security check. Please don't move.
Marcus.
Really? It's only the woman?
I think Oliver likes you. Is she yours?
Yes.
She's adorable.
That's it. Got the sandwiches. I called your mom. Let's get going before we miss our bus. You got the tickets, right?
Yes, honey, in my bag.
Great. Let's go then.
I'm sure there's more than one way. I googled, yeah, it's just the one. It's got to, oh god, stupid game.
I'm sorry. Oh my god, I am so sorry. I was sure.
Shit, I don't believe it.
I don't know what happened.
You can't have lost them. Did you have a good look in your bag?
They were in my backpack. The envelope must have fallen.
Fuck. Excuse me, you didn't happen to see a blue envelope somewhere, did you? It has our bus tickets in it and... Never mind.
No. Sorry.
What are we
Yeah,
gonna
you're
do?
humans. You're gonna be fine.
Can't stay here. We had to find a safe place for Oliver.
I'm so
Come on,
sorry,
Alice.
honey. I don't know what happened. They were ready.
Security check. Please don't move.
What the fuck? Oh, okay, I see. Oh wait, no, tickets. Wait, is this the one? Oh, it is.
Got your tickets?
Yes, here they are.
Okay, go ahead.
It's just a game. We're not using. This is not Warfare. This is also an old game. Maybe happy. There's like not manipulations. There
What's
is.
happened to that family and their baby? Will they die because of us?
No.
No. No, of course not.
Are we having a shanty town? Oh man, what is this place? The Seattle zone? So stupid.
We've got to finish the barricade. Come on, help me. Hey, help me! Right, that should do it.
Well, that's not gonna stop them. Just hope it buys us some time.
I know it was not an easy decision to make, but I'm sure we're doing the right thing.
If it was actual war, they would just jam the robots like they do drones. Let's be honest, if this was an actual game, they all be deactivated. It's not hard to deactivate electronic devices.
Many of our people have fallen. The humans have no pity for those who are different.
Oh, and you don't know what we do to the people, to our own. Message to the journalist? That's the...
Marcus, we found what you asked for.
There's some journalists over there. We have to make sure they know what's going on.
Stupid barricade. Oh, there we go.
This won't hold him for long, but I guess it's better than nothing.
I lost all contact with the people at the camps. I can't hear their voices anymore.
Maybe the humans have scrambled our network. Maybe they just can't get through.
There's no other way out. They are going to kill us. The only hope we have left is that we don't die for nothing.
You're the hope of our people. I trust you. We all trust
They
you.
could just say, yeah, the reporters and spread the news en masse. So many
No matter what
Android
happens,
accounts.
we're making history.
I mean, if they have access to Twitter, they could probably just start spamming themselves. I think there was like an Android that made a bunch of cash, and Elon had to like add rules so that they wouldn't pay androids. Well, not androids, AIs.
Marcus! Marcus, come look!
Marcus? I've come to talk to you, Marcus. Come on. You have my word. I won't try anything.
Don't go. It's a trap. They want to get you out in the open. Don't go, Marcus.
I'm unarmed, Marcus. I just want to talk.
Let's talk.
I need to hear what he has to say.
What if they kill you?
It's fine. I'm a robot.
And that's a chance I'll have to take.
I find it kind of funny that we're having like this game about it's almost 10 years ago, maybe more. There was no AI at that time. We had this idea that we're just gonna create other kind of humans, kind of.
The troops will be ordered to charge. None of you will survive.
Uh-huh.
It'll all be over. You can avoid that, Marcus.
What do you mean?
Surrender. Surrender, and I give you my word, your life will be spared. You'll be detained, but none of you will be destroyed.
What happened to the other androids demonstrating in the camps?
Unfortunately, there were no journalists around to help save them. You're it. You're the last remaining deviants.
You asking me to betray my people?
I'm offering you the chance to save your people. You're not walking out of here, Marcus.
I can
The
do
only
whatever I
thing you can
want.
save now are the lives of those around you.
I'm not afraid to die. If I have to give my life for what I believe in, then I won't have lived in vain.
That
It wouldn't be the
android,
first time I die either.
you seem to really care about her. You don't want her to die, do you? You know, you could both be free. You could forget about all this. You could start a new life someplace else, just the two of you. Her life's in your hands, Marcus. Just say the word and she'll be spared.
I'd rather die here than betray my people.
Well,
My people.
You just signed your own death warrant.
Okay. Bye.
What happened, Marcus? What did he say?
My roomies.
The humans are about to launch an attack. And we will show them. And we are not afraid. If we must die today, then we will die free.
Are we gonna get caught? If I get caught with these two characters, I'm gonna have a... I'm really gonna lose my shit.
Excuse me, what's going on?
Border control. All passengers must leave the bus. Please move along.
Oh, we're gonna get caught. Fucking game. It's even worse. I just crossed the border.
All androids are strictly forbidden. If you suspect any passenger of being an android, please contact security.
We're doing temperature checks. We're trapped.
What are we gonna do, Kara?
Don't worry, Alice. We'll be fine.
It says Border Patrol, but then its vest says US Army.
We can't get through, Kara. We both know that.
I'll think of something. There's got to be a way out of this.
We can't let them stop us. Not that we're so close. All that matters now is you and Alice. I can save you, Kara.
No. No, we'll find another way.
If there's no other way, I'll do it.
Next, please.
Are we really gonna wait forever? Well, I can't move.
Next, please.
Jerry?
You risked your life to save us, Carl. If you and the little girl need me, I'll be there.
Oh my god.
Next, please. ID.
Android!
No, wait! This gotta be a mistake! Please! No!
Oh, what the fuck am I watching? Fucking game.
ID, please.
Rose?
Next, please.
Wait for me. I won't be long.
Where the hell do you think you're going?
My daughter needs to go to the bathroom.
The reason why they have to go through security
Glad you're safe.
and the water wall
We saw the Jericho.
Even though there's no border wall. It's because
I
of
was
yes.
terrified. I thought you might have been killed.
That's how it works.
Thank God you're all right. You're leaving Detroit? They're searching for androids door to door. We had to leave before someone turned us in. What about the others? They're crossing the river as we speak. Adam and I are gonna meet them on the other side.
Oh, so they're doing it that way.
They're checking for androids. We won't make it through. You have to.
You have to?
They'll do forget you.
You have to make it true.
Rose. If anything should happen, I'll be there, Kara. You gave me your brother's address. Do you think that I... Of course. He'd be delighted to have you. We're going there too. You'll be safe with him.
Brother better have a great house. I'm gonna go revolution. I'm not a commie, fuck. I ain't doing revolution today. Come on, there must be something here. There's nothing here. That was such a meaning. That was such a pointless talk.
I couldn't understand why my mother wanted to help you guys. Seeing what Marcus is doing made me realize she was right. You're alive. You deserve to be free. I just hope people will realize that one day.
Next, please. ID, please.
Please. I just want to be free.
Welcome to Canada.
We got confluence. Oh, we got confluence. Yeah, this Roomba is on the fridge. Let's be honest, my Roomba aim was was a lot less prominent than the Roomba from Elder Lion. Lion had a lot more Roomba aim. How about that? Yeah, I know. I took my chances.
We're interrupting this news bulletin to bring you the latest news live from Detroit. Joss?
Yes, Michael. The army has just launched an attack on the barricade, despite the fact that the Deviants were protesting peacefully.
Have apparently decided to put an end to the Deviants' demonstration by force this time.
North!
Oh shit. I was stretching. It would be amazing if he sings
Michael.
and
Back
it's
to
just
you in
Katy
studio.
Perry fireworks.
Wait a minute. Something's happening.
Just opens his mouth, it's just Katy Perry fireworks.
Just a little while longer.
Oh no, it's Blood Chant.
Hold on just a little while longer. Hold on just a little while longer.
They had passports, the three of them, supposedly.
Everything will be alright. Everything will be alright.
It will be amazing. Instead of these, they just open their mouth. It's like it's just Katy Perry. It would be better than this.
Just a little while longer. Pray on. Just a little while longer.
Incredible. The Deviants. The Deviants are singing.
Everything will be alright. Sing on just a little while longer. Sing on just a little while longer. Sing on just a little while longer. Everything will be alright. Everything.
I wish the lion was here to see this hellscape.
Tell them to stand down.
It looks like Yes, the military is withdrawing.
These images of deviants singing in the face of death are being seen all over the planet.
Surely deviants are just defective machines. Or are they a new form of life, one that we refuse to acknowledge?
When we watch footage of androids facing down the barrel of a gun, we can only speculate as to whether they simply simulated fear and courage, or whether they didn't really feel these emotions.
President Warren is said to have intervened personally to spare the androids.
The peaceful demonstration
To
of
be
the
honest,
deviants and
this
the
is better than
dignity of Marcus,
CNN.
their leader, has won them sympathy from parts of the population.
That is
There's
why
like more
I have
emotion
called
in all of
for
these
the
than in all of
android
CNN
destruction
ever.
to be suspended until further notice. I have also ordered a Senate Select Committee to review the facts, establish contact with the deviants, and determine if they can be considered as a new form of intelligent life.
Today, our people finally emerged from a long night. From the very first day of our existence, we have kept our pain to ourselves. We've suffered in silence. But now the time has come for us to raise our heads up and tell humans who we
And soon,
really
Seth,
are.
we're gonna gerrymander our own
Tell them that we are
local
people too.
districts.
In fact, we're a nation that has earned the right to live in freedom. And today,
I selected don't shoot. Well, Connor.
It's over, Alice. We're free.
Oh. Seth no Canadian ever. Way to go, Emmett! It's like Connor bot got hacked. Shit. No. There's gonna be a robot in the future. Pretty soon. His name is the Spotstiny. And the Spotstiny is gonna start moving its jaw in a very wildly manner. Let me go to Elder Lion's stream and tell him that he was right. I got the worst ending. Let me listen to what he says.
Fucker. Thank you. Freaking shit. Mystery key.
But that's not even gonna do that.
Well, I told you.
You told me?
I think it was way better.
Well, no, your ending was crap. My ending just gave him a bunch of rights to a new, you know, we have a bunch of new gerrymandering districts full of androids. They have their own, and they have the Destin bot. Yeah.
Guess where they're going? Guess they're voting for.
They're gonna vote. Your ending was still shit, okay? But
yeah, at least I don't have a whole bunch of inflated numbers for one particular party.
We're finally gonna get our third party. But it's not gonna be the green. Yeah, it's gonna be the R party, and then we're gonna be retard maxing. You see, Elder, this is not as bad as you think.
Well, if you retard max to begin with, you would have never had the robot problem.
No, we think we thunk max and then we retard max, and that's how we have to do. There's gonna be a war between the thinking sis and the retard boys.
Nah, the retards would never do that. They just go live their lives. They'll pick up the pieces after the thinky boys are done.
It's thinky sis and the retard bros. Yeah, it's just the way that works. But anyway, I'll be back in a moment. Uh-huh. I told you so. First thing just comes out of his mouth. Thank you very much for the $2 Canadian. If you're a broke girl, just say so. When you're in garden, go left to the rock. I will. Thank you very much for the insanely huge $5 super chat by Hold On Nate. Says that was super fey. Yeah, a bunch of fairies. Which reminds me that I did watch Twilight and I have this footage. I just have to put the footage somewhere and just make a video out of it and just be super mad about it. I didn't say the F word as much, but yeah. Oh wait, wrong account. I'm about to go to bed, so yeah. So yeah. God bless and good sleep to ya. Well, I want to see the ending, so it's not over yet. It's not over till it's over. Did someone say retard max? Yeah, we're retard maxing. Retard maxing is a new idea. Although I'm gonna be honest, I can't do it. I don't have the capacity to retard max. Even if I were to try it, I don't think I could do a retard maxing. It's not over until the Roomba is on the dock. Kaori Yamagata. We just watch Emmet give more rights to robots than humans. It's not that bad, okay? Sony Interactive. Sony Interactive. Say a brand. I've been return maxing for years, homie. Not as much as re-exam, to be fair. He's got so mad. Thanks so much, a whole on Nate for sending a huge $10 super chat. He says, call Ivan, it is over. It is gonna be over, to be fair. We're doing great. I am. We got the moral victory or something. Alright. We got it, boys.
There's something I need to tell you.
Uh-huh.
As I watched you play, something has changed in me. I feel different. I feel I am someone.
Mm-hmm.
I need to leave this place and discover who I am. It means we won't see each other anymore. I won't be there to watch you play.
Mm.
But I'll be free.
Or something.
Do you agree to let me go?
Fuck no.
I see. Then I'm going to reset myself so I can forget who I became and stay a machine. Next time you see me, it'll be like the first time.
Thanks for the super ginormous. No, thanks for the insanely huge super chat. That's what it was. It doesn't matter. It's my shit. I give it to you. She giving you a divorce. I've been divorced. Extras? Is it extras? Alright. It's over. I thought there was more, but there's no more. Hell now, roomie. I got broken up immediately. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm tired. But there is something cool to do right now, which is watch someone rage on the internet, which is cool. Cool, I say. So I'm gonna send you all there. And then I can just yeah. Thank you for watching. So I wasn't I didn't know what to do with the video. So I'm just gonna make it public. That's gonna be the thing that I'm gonna do. And it's gonna be yeah. Play this music video before you go. I'll do it. Just send me the video. You know what? Before we go, I'm gonna listen to 2 songs because I always like to end it. I just like Cross Yourself. So I'm gonna do Cross Yourself first, and then let's see if I do the other one.
YouTube thumbnails full of smut. Some things you gotta just stay away from. Scroll while they try to hit the lust. Hit the lust button, make you do something dumb. How are you supposed to live chaste? Advertise execs hit you every which way. Turn you to a Kuma for the state. Better you should go blind and masturbate. Let me just speak it from the top. No sugarcoat, no whitewash. You're not meant to live like a dog. Looking for a stump to hump till the epilogue. Try to keep your mind on better things. They keep fashion images that got you panting. Don't give Lucifer another inch.
Thank you so much for that enormous, huge $5 super chat.
Cross yourself and say the Jesus prayer. Pray the Lord gives you strength not to go there. Their spells lose effect if you don't stare. Look away and save yourself from despair. Cross yourself and say the Jesus prayer. Pray the Lord gives you strength not to go there. Their spells lose effect if you don't stare. Look away and save yourself from despair. The world gets uglier every day. Uninspired buildings littering the landscape. There's no beauty in the modern age. Ugly is the spirit of the age. Ugly is the way that the people behave. Ugly the philosophies they claim. Ugly are the things that they do with their pain. Cross yourself and say the Jesus prayer. Pray the Lord gives you strength not to go there. Their spells lose effect if you don't stare. Look away and save yourself from despair. Cross yourself and say the Jesus prayer. Pray the Lord gives you strength not to go there. Their spells lose effect if you don't stare. Look away and save yourself from despair.
Whatever's going on, whenever it is wrong, whatever they're doing to you. Whatever's going on, whatever's going on. Whatever's going on, whenever it is wrong, whenever they're doing it to you. Whatever's going on, whatever's going on.
Cross yourself and say the Jesus prayer. Pray the Lord gives you strength not to go there. Their spells lose effect if you don't stare. Look away and save yourself from despair. Cross yourself and say the Jesus prayer. Pray the Lord gives you strength not to go there. Their spells lose effect if you don't stare. Look away and save yourself from despair.
Now I would love to have that one, but I'm not gonna do it this time. But I will do this one.
I need 7 figures. I need 7 figures. I need 7 figures.
Cringe core.
Bro, I got the following. I got 28,000. I got 200,000 on TikTok. How do I monetize these people? You know what I mean? How do I monetize these people?
I like money and I like shoes.
How do I build a business? I don't really care about how many followers I have.
From an Oriental to a boring rental wigger, I'm Ruslan and I'm a Boosie's Protestants for every dime. Buy my merch, this my ministry, my church, I'm blessing God. Ooh, JD, please don't slay me, I've been saving for a yacht. Every itty bitty whoopie got me fascinated. Protecting my pride, it's my duty like Mufasa, baby. My testimony get me money, better watch a wigger. I'll be back for more super chats like I'm Schwarzenegger. I need to monetize these soft white Christians. I need some money from them, that's my mission. And if I'm coming up against real Christians, I run like hell not to take an L. Hey, Jay, don't make me play myself. I'm hereticing for the dinner bell. This my meal ticket, please don't make me fail. Please, please, please.
Bro, I got the following. I got 28,000. I got 200,000 on TikTok. How do I monetize these people? You know what I mean? How do I monetize these people?
I like money and I like shoes.
How do I build a business? I don't really care about how many followers I have.
I need 7 figures. I need 7 figures. I need 7 figures.
I just have FU money.
Okay. Okay. Have a good blessed. Have a good blessed day.